Welcome to Cleveland Browns Stadium and to Dog Pound, as we have an excellent game on tap between Philadelphia and Cleveland. Now we'll go to Tom Hammond and Chris Collinsworth for the opening kickoff. Tom?
With a beautiful day in the forecast, we'll get ready for today's game. Hi everyone, Tom Hammond here, along with Chris Collinsworth. Chris, any comments before we kick this one off?
You know, everything starts up front. Talking about the offensive linemen, about the defensive linemen, they have to play well in this one. Both coaches have to challenge these big guys offensively and defensively.
Philadelphia comes to the line with 3 wide. He looks to throw on first down. Dumps it out right. And he's knocked out at the 47-yard line. That's a first down right there. Might want to play them a little tighter, maybe even go to man coverage.
Yeah, it's pretty tough to play a zone coverage against this quarterback. He does a great job in recognition, and that time you could see him move the zone defense just a little with his eyes before he threw it in there.
Incomplete pass. Second down now following the incomplete pass.
Second down.
They'll face second down and 10. Westbrook alone in the backfield. They go with the run. He's tackled at the 49-yard line. That's a 2-yard gain.
The defense did a nice job there jamming the running back, bringing the outside linebacker on a blitz. Sometimes those outside backers a little more athletic and can really help stop the run.
Drops back to pass. Rolls right. It's completed. He'll be brought down behind the line of scrimmage. Still not quite enough, however. They'll still be facing fourth down. Cribbs back to return it. He punts it. It'll go out at the 37-yard line. The Browns come out in the single back formation, 3 receivers wide. He looks to throw on first down. Rockets it out. Comes down with it. Great pickup for the first on that one.
And really what makes NFL football so special is the ability of these quarterbacks to throw it and these great receivers to catch it. That's just fun to watch.
Here's the halfback. Brought down behind the line. 2-yard loss for the halfback.
Loss of 2.
Second down now, 12 to go. The Browns line up with 2 tight ends.
Here we go, boys. White 18. White 18. Come on, y'all. Watch those quick out. Let the hook. Watch the out.
They go with the run. And they get him around the 47-yard line. And the halfback has nowhere to go.
No gain.
From the 47-yard line.
Roger.
Out of the gun.
White 18.
He drops back. Defense is getting pressure. He's pushed out around the 46-yard line. And for as good of a catch as that was, this offense now has to deal with a fourth down. The punter's going to try to pin them deep in their own territory with a good punt here. Punts it. So this one goes into the end zone, and that'll be a touchback. Let's see if the offense can put something together on this drive. Philadelphia lines up in the offset eye this time. And he's knocked out around the 30-yard line. 10-yard pickup on the play, and that will bring up second down.
Here we go. What do you need? 25. Come on, let's go. Get your hands up.
He drops back to pass. Looks down the field. There for the catch. And he dropped him in the open field. And that one will go for a first.
And really top-notch quarterbacks know how to throw a football in there without leading his receiver into trouble. That was a great throw.
Hands it to the back. Dropped behind the line. Nice job by the defensive end to get in there and get the tackle for the loss.
So many times it's up to that backside blocker to get his guy on the ground, and it sounds ugly, but typically those guys are chopping at their knees and trying to knock them off their feet, so there's some cutback lanes.
Drops back. Past the line. Brought down at the 49-yard line. They weren't ready for a run by the quarterback.
Yeah, and the key is making that first pass rusher miss you. More often than not, there's one guy in your way. You can make that first guy miss. A lot of times those defenders have their backs turned and are running away from you.
They just couldn't get the first on the ground.
Yeah, the defense really sold out on the run that time. I was hoping I would see a quarterback audible there because the defense was showing they were going to play the run. They did play the run, and obviously the quarterback didn't make the right call.
Gets his leg into it, and he got a huge punt here. Goes into the end zone for a touchback. They were forced to punt on their last drive. They'll go to work at the 20.
Don't give him a yard.
They line up in a double tight set.
Here we go. 18. 18. Hey, let's go now. Saturday. No call.
Winslow is the man in motion. Short throw to the right. He's dropped around the 28-yard line. And another connection that goes for good yardage.
And we really see the trust that is developing between this receiver and the quarterback. That if the quarterback has confidence that you're going to be where he thinks you're going to be, he will throw it to you more often than he'll throw it to somebody else.
Stiff arms, and he's brought down. He tries to wriggle away, but he's stopped for a loss.
Well, Tom, the offensive line just didn't get any push there. They've got to do a better job knocking those guys off the line of scrimmage.
Lewis gets it on the inside. It appears to be short. That play was stuffed from the get-go.
And it's not very often that I get really excited about defensive line play, but that time the guys up front on defense were just overpowering.
Punts it. Makes the fair catch. So before the offense hits the field, let's take the time to let you know that our game is brought to you by EA Sports. McNabb is lined up under center. They'll line up in single back. They hand it off. Tackled right around the 32-yard line. A gain of 3 yards.
And they really ran right into the blitz. That's a time that a veteran quarterback should have changed the play at the line of scrimmage. You could see the blitz coming. He didn't audible and only came away with a short gain.
Back to throw. Rifles this one out to the left. Brought down at the 48-yard line. That pass is good for a first down.
And he had some zip on that one, didn't he? He reared back and threw that one about as hard as he could.
Back to pass. Throws right. He's there for the catch. He makes a move, and he's brought down. Nice little pitch and catch with the wideout.
Patience for a wide receiver is just so key. He's able to manipulate that defense, set them up one play, come back with the exact same look, and break off of it the next. Beautifully run.
Drops back to pass. Looking for an open man. And they get him around the 22-yard line. He put something extra on that throw, and it'll keep the chains moving.
And that's really what it takes sometimes, because defenders are so quick out there. If you don't put a little extra pop on it, they can get there.
Play fake. He's got room to run. Knocked out at the 13. Another fine pass and catch on that play.
I know we all talk about 40-yard dash times in the NFL, but as a receiver, if you are a great route runner and you understand what the defenses are trying to do to you, it doesn't matter if you run a 4.3 40. If you can get in and out of your cuts like this guy, you will always be able to play.
He fights forward to about the 10. And with that run, the defense just gave up the first down.
And for a defense in those short yardage situations, more often than not, you're going to give up the first down, but you certainly don't want to allow them to break out the big one.
Pitch out. He lost yardage on the play. The offensive line didn't get much of a push on that play, and the runner was stuffed.
Well, that's what happens when defensively you get every gap covered. There is simply nowhere to go with the football. No chance for the running back that time.
He drops back to pass. Throws on the run. He gets in for 6.
More and more, this team relies on Donovan McNabb to make plays. They put him back there in position to read the defense. He has the ability to run the football, but you better not relax against him. Even if he's looking all the way to the right, that backside receiver is still alive. That time they burn him for a touchdown.
Kick is up. Point after is good. And now we'll take a quick look at the drive summary. He kicks it from the 5-yard line. He's hammered at the 28-yard line. They had to punt it away on their previous drive. They'll go to work at the 28-yard line. 1st and 10. They'll give it off here. He's brought down at the 47-yard line. They need to come up with a better game plan to stop this guy.
Yeah, you're not kidding. They can't keep giving up those big chunks of yardage like that. If they do, it's going to be awfully tough to stop this offense.
1st down, 10 to go. Ball on the 47-yard line. The Eagles line up with a nickelback. He drops back. Huge pressure by the defense. Out of bounds at the 42. And a great pass by the quarterback to convert for the first.
And what we're seeing out of this quarterback is a variety of throws. Yes, he has the ability to zip it in there when he needs to, but we've also seen some touch throws, a very complete repertoire.
It came loose. Bradley grabs it on the ground. Ball came loose, and the defense was right there to pick it up.
It's amazing, isn't it? When that ball gets on the ground, to watch these defenders, watch the intensity change as they're going after that big turnover.
First and 10. Ball on their own 33. The backfield is in the offset I formation. Back to throw. Here's the pass. And they get him around the 43-yard line. Pretty good gain right there.
You have so many people on this offense that you have to account for. The tight ends, the wide receivers, the running backs, even the quarterbacks. And now they're throwing to the fullback. That's almost not fair.
McNabb with the give. He's tackled at the 49-yard line. A 5-yard pickup for the halfback. 2nd down and 5. Nickel back in this time. Looks to pass. Short throw to the left. And he's knocked out about the 43-yard line. Jackson comes away with 7 yards on the reception. That will also give them a new set of downs to work with.
Nice job by the quarterback in that situation. He saw the blitz coming, simply got the football out of there, and picked up the first down.
You're good, you're good. Let's go get it, baby. Reload.
Give to the tailback. And they get him at about the 35-yard line. A nice job of the running back as they pick up a gain of 8. Out of the I formation.
Watch the run now, watch the run. There you go, G. Let's go.
Here's the halfback. Tackled right around the 32-yard line. Gain of 3. They line up at the 33. They'll come out in the I. McNabb sends a man in motion. He's dropped at the 32-yard line. They get 2 yards.
And Tom, that was because the defense filled up all the gaps. The back was looking for somewhere to run, but by bringing the run blitz, they took away all the holes and stopped them for a minimal gain.
Back to throw. Guns it right. He took a shot at the 15. He's hitting his marks today, and that last pass gives him 100 yards through the air.
When I spoke to him before the game, he said he had a bit of a virus during the week. Fortunately for his team, it doesn't look like it. Maybe the rest of them need to catch a little case of the flu.
Let's go. 25. Roll it low. Other side.
He'll get the call again. And they get him at about the 9-yard line. A 5-yard pickup for the halfback. Less than 10 yards away from a score now. Offset I formation in the backfield. They're going to pitch it. He's hammered in the backfield. The defense just ate up that play.
Well, those defenders get paid too, and every once in a while they win the battle. Clearly that time they were all over this offensive line.
25.
McNabb drops to throw. Surveys the field. Sacked on the play. They have to find a way to provide better protection for him.
You're absolutely right. There was not a very good blocking scheme on that one. If you can't get them blocked with 5 guys, you got to start leaving in 6, maybe even 7. These are tremendous pass rushers in this game today.
The snap, set down, the kick is up. No good. That one seemed to sail on him as it approached the upright.
You know, I really shouldn't laugh, but sometimes it's just funny watching the coaches and the players on the sideline. They always have the same reaction. They watch it and they're all excited, and then they just turn their entire bodies around and put their back to the poor kicker who now has to just slowly walk off the field.
And the halfback carries for a pickup of 3. 3 wide receivers on the field, the quarterback in the shotgun.
Saturday.
He drops back to pass. Throws to his left. He leaps. It's caught. At the 30, to the 20, to the 10. And he scores. What a play. I wasn't sure he came down with it. Nice catch.
There's just something about a ball that you know if you catch it, it's 6 points. And if you don't, you're going to be the goat of the game. It just makes you focus a little bit more.
The extra point to tie this game up. Up and good. He kicks it off. Buckhalter from the 2. Hit and dropped at the 23-yard line. This offense was frustrated after their last drive ended with a missed field goal.
Hold on.
McNabb is under center. He has 2 tight ends. They're going to pitch it. Cuts back and he's dropped. Stopped for a loss of 2 on the toss. Philadelphia is going with the offset eye backfield. Back to throw. He needs to make a decision. He's pushed out around the 20-yard line. Back to the line, but nothing more. The offense lines up with 3 wide receivers. Play fake. Gets the pass away. He's brought down at the 35. Excellent pass by the quarterback on that play.
I'm really enjoying watching the timing between this receiver and the quarterback. We're seeing a well-schooled offense now going to work.
At the end of the first quarter, it's knotted up. From their own 35-yard line. McNabb sends a guy in motion to the right. Drops back to pass. Throws it. With the catch. He's dropped around the 39-yard line. Brown picks up about 4 yards with the catch. They line up at the 39. Single back formation. Looks for a man open. Great open field tackle. He delivered a nice throw on that drop back, completing it for a pretty good gain.
You know, there aren't many guys who work any harder than this guy, both in the offseason and during the week of practice. He isn't the most physically gifted quarterback I've ever seen, but you can tell the time he puts in the film room, in the weight room, and he understands the game of football.
He gets out to about the 45-yard line. That'll keep the chains moving.
Third down conversion's always so important in a football game, but when you can convert on third down on the ground, it just is a little bit extra special.
He's looking to throw. He throws on the run. Defense pushes him out of bounds around the 46-yard line. That's now his 3rd reception of the drive. Pretty clear who the favorite target is on this possession.
You know, this receiver is just one of those guys that you want to keep busy. Some guys only want to try and catch the deep balls or the big plays. Other guys want to catch a lot of balls. This is one of those guys. He gets into a rhythm, and he can beat you.
To the 10. Touchdown. And that's about as well executed a play as you can ask for.
And that's no fluke right there. We saw him hit that play a couple of times in practice the other day. That's something they're going to come back to until you find a way to stop it.
They're lining it up for the point after. The kick is up. It's good. Philadelphia is up a touchdown. Here's a quick look at the drive summary. Not a bad kick. Taken at the 5. Drilled at the 30. On their last drive, they had success with their passing game. We'll see if they go back to the aerial attack as the offense heads onto the field. Lewis is the deep back as they line up in the eye.
White 18. Loco white. White 18. Chain. Over, top.
Nice play fake. And they can't connect. Stallworth wasn't able to bring it in. Incomplete pass on the play. Second down, 10 yards to go. Ball on their own 30. Lewis lines up as the deep back. I formation.
Here we go, boys. White 18. White 18. Watch the back. Whoever got the back. King's right.
Gives to the back. They tackle him for a loss. That's what you call a great individual effort.
There are just some guys in this league that you have to run away from, but the danger in that is you run away from him and he uses his speed to catch you from behind.
Winslow goes in motion.
Six.
Drops back. Under heavy pressure. What a shot! They need to find a better way to protect him out there.
Wow, did you see the shot he took on that one? This guy's a tough guy, but if you keep taking shots like that, you better have somebody in the bullpen warming up.
Gets it away cleanly. Jackson fields it at the 41. And they get him at the 48-yard line. Their last drive ended in a touchdown, and they take the field again, hoping for a similar result. Offset I formation in the backfield. Here's the halfback. He's going to be tackled for a loss. May want to dump that.
Yeah, I think that one's already in the trash can. You probably won't see that one run again. But I will say this, that penetration does that to any offense, and that time they just got in the backfield.
45. Who you playing, fellas? Regular. Watch the ball.
Crosses the line. He might have gained a yard there on that scramble. Third down and 13. Ball on the 49. 3 down linemen and 2 linebackers on the field for the defense. Back to pass. He throws it. Knocked away. And it'll be 4th down following the pass deflection.
Just terrific play by the defense. They followed the quarterback's eyes, made a quick jump on the ball, and were all over that one.
Roca punts it, and he really got a leg into this one. This one's going to be down in the end zone for a touchback. The offense takes the field, hoping to put something together after their last drive ended in a 3-and-out. Fakes to the back. Brings it in. He's tackled around the 41-yard line. An impressive showing by the wideout in the first half. He's already gone over 100 yards receiving.
Not a lot of mystery to this offense, is there? They're going to get it to this wide receiver. They know what he's capable of doing, and there is some great communication going on, verbal and nonverbal, between the quarterback and the receiver out here in the first half.
The defense was coming with a heat on that play.
Well, the defense was in zone coverage. They got good pass protection, and anytime that happens, it tends to really stretch those zones and widen the holes.
Drops back to pass. Rolls right. Makes the catch. Good job locating the gap in the coverage on that play.
You know, that's the kind of pass pattern I used to always love to run, because if the defense is even a little bit lax in their coverage, it's pretty easy to get that one in there.
Anderson has completed every pass on this drive. He makes another reception on the drive. What happened there, Chris?
Well, they got caught in man-to-man coverage on that play, and I couldn't tell if the defender slipped a little bit or not. Maybe he just got beat on the play.
Drops back. Throws while on the run. Dawkins catches it. Interception. And the safety made a really nice play on the ball to grab that interception.
You know, this safety is known for his big hits, but that time it was his soft hands that made the difference.
McNabb will look to throw. Makes the grab. He's brought down about the 25-yard line. The wide receiver has been impossible to stop no matter what the defense has tried to do.
Yeah, and you really can't do much more than what they've been trying to do to him. They know they're getting the ball to this receiver. You try and double cover him. You really can't triple cover somebody because then that means there's somebody else running wide open. They're just going to have to take their medicine here.
Short pass to his left. He's dropped at the 48-yard line. An impressive first half for the quarterback.
You know, I know there are a lot of people out there who like to watch defensive football games. Not me. I like to watch a guy throw it around like this. This quarterback's hot, and he knows it.
He decides to run. Tackled at the 35. A big gain for the quarterback.
Who says quarterbacks aren't athletes? He looked pretty good on that play. Nice job, found the hole, got upfield, got down without getting injured. Good play.
First and 10. Ball on the 35. They line up in an I. Gives it off. And he's decleated at the 29-yard line. A nice 6-yard gain by the halfback. It's 2nd and 4. Ball on the 29-yard line. McNabb comes to the line under center. I formation this time. Again with the carry. He's tackled around the 24-yard line. The back got some open field and was able to get a nice run.
You could just tell he was not going to the ground until he got past that first down marker. I really like the determination in this guy in picking up first downs.
Hit as he let go of the ball. They finally bring him down, and it's 1st and goal. Not too bad a pass there.
Not too bad at all. And sometimes those little touch throws are actually more difficult than the bullet passes. Kind of hard to come up with the timing to hit the receiver right in stride, but that was well thrown.
Nice play fake. He's under pressure. Tries for the end zone. Not much room to throw into, and it's intercepted. And that was a poor decision on the part of the quarterback.
And I still don't know why he made that throw. I mean, the coverage was there. There was absolutely no spot to put that ball, and he threw it anyway.
First and 10. They'll go from the I formation. With the pass. He's dropped around the 22-yard line. The defense didn't have a chance on that one. Great throw that time.
Yeah, really not much a defense can do when you get a guy that can throw the football like that. You know, you get yourselves in position defensively, you think you're in the right spot, you're going to make a play, and a guy makes a throw like that, and you go, hey, that's a good throw.
Back to pass. Guns it out. He makes another catch. And they get him at about the 41.
There's just no question that Braylon Edwards has exploded on the scene the last couple of years. He is a big target and a big play receiver who really enjoys going up in traffic and making plays. And you better get him on the ground because he can break tackles and score in a hurry.
Anderson is in the shotgun. He has 4 receivers. He looks to throw on first down. Deep shot right side. To the 20, to the 10. Makes a move and he's in. Touchdown. They hooked up for a long touchdown.
I don't care what you say. Anytime you see a big pass play like that, I think it's as pretty as anything that happens in sports anywhere.
This kick should knot things up. The kick is up. Extra point is good. And we'll take a quick look at the drive summary. The kick. Buckhalter takes it at the 4. Brought down at the 25. An interception ended an otherwise brilliant drive by this offense their last time out. Single back formation. Philadelphia motions left. They keep it on the ground with the tailback, and he will lose yardage on the play. That defensive lineman just seems to have a knack for finding the ball carrier.
You know, listen, I would never want to block a defensive lineman. So, I've seen these guys. I know these guys. They're big and they're nasty. But at least from an offensive standpoint, you have to try to get in their way.
Brought down at the 28-yard line. Westbrook gains about 4 yards on the play. Third down now. They'll need 7 to convert. Ball on the 28. Surveys the field. That was not a good throw at all.
And if you had a guy that big running at you, all you would do is just turn and hide, brother. I know you.
Cribbs is back deep to receive. Punts it. Cribbs fields it at the 34. He got everything he could, but there really wasn't much there. Well, their offense was able to move the ball quite a ways to get in for the score the last drive. Now we'll have to see if they can do it again.
Here we go, boys. Let's go. Hey, watch this, man. Double left, ace left. Hey, pick 6 right here, pick 6. Don't let your man make it.
Drops back to pass. He needs to get rid of it. Defender gets his hand on it, and he just managed to get a piece of it. Nice play by the defender.
And as a receiver, you really have to do a better job of coming back to the football at that point. You have to help the quarterback.
Looks to pass. On the run, he throws it. Tackled around the 50-yard line. He shows no hesitation and gets it in there to get the first down.
Yeah, you wouldn't hesitate either if you were standing back there in the pocket. I say the heck with it. Get it out of there fast. Let somebody else handle it for a little while.
The halfback with the carry. Brought down behind the line. He lost some valuable yardage on that run.
And typically you can tell if a counter is going to work or not based on whether those offensive linemen are able to turn the corner and start going up the field. If the penetration hits those guys in the backfield, very seldom will the counter work.
Get off, baby, get off. We got action, baby. All right, close it up, switch. Let's go.
He throws right. And he's out at the 45. Pretty nice pickup on the pass that time.
And that's simply good design and execution on the pattern. They work hard all week in practice to make sure that on game day they have that timing down perfectly.
Fakes the run. Gets rid of the ball. Brought down at the 24-yard line. That one worked just as they drew it up.
Good pass, good catch, I agree. Sometimes there's really nothing you can do as a defense to stop a well-executed pass play.
Hayden moves in motion.
Stay inside right here. Keep out.
He fakes it. Still moving. Shepard knocks it down. Ruckert was his intended target on that one, but they can't complete the pass. from the 24-yard line. They'll come out in the I.
Here we go, boys. Ready, team. Ready, team.
And they'll run them again. Hit hard at the 19-yard line. The halfback runs for 4 yards. They line up with one running back in the backfield, 3 wide. Fakes to the back. Andy has been his go-to guy on the drive. That last pass put him over 300 yards, and we're only in the first half.
Yeah, he mentioned to us before the game that he and his receivers had a really good week of practice. They must have had a great week of practice. Everybody's making the catches. Their timing's great. Of course, I'm not so sure he couldn't complete them to me out there today.
Hit and drop behind the line. The offense had a tough time picking up all their blocks on that play.
You know, you can draw up any sort of protection scheme and blocking scheme that you want, but ultimately this game comes down to one big man against another big man, and that time the defense's big men, they won the battle.
Again with the run. Makes a cut, and he will be hit and dropped. He couldn't get anywhere on that one.
Yeah, sometimes you just have to admit defeat on a play as a running back and just try and get that thing back to the line of scrimmage.
Offset I formation in the backfield. 2 minutes to go in the half.
Double up. Ready, team. Let's go. Watch it.
Fakes the run. Scans the field. Almost intercepted. Edwards was the intended receiver, but the pass fell incomplete. This will make it a field goal game.
Arrest and prosecution. Profanity in any form will not be tolerated.
And right down the middle. Good kick that time as he puts it right through. And here's your drive summary for that last series. Kicks it off from the 5-yard line. They get him at the 27-yard line. Their last drive ended with a 3-and-out. They'll start this drive at the 27. Cleveland brings in their nickel package.
Yeah, we see that screen. 5. Let's go get it. Watch the switch. Watch the run now. Watch the run.
They'll throw on first down, and they're coming after him. Tips it away. Westbrook was unable to make the catch on that pass attempt. They line up at the 27. Looks like 3 wideouts this time.
155. Turbo. Come on, baby. Fargo.
Back to throw. Huge pressure by the defense. Wright gets the interception. At the 30, to the 20. He's dropped at the 12. And that's the second interception of the game by this defense.
You know, it's a little bit just the nature of the game that if you're going to try and throw the ball down the field and fit a few things in there, you're going to throw some interceptions. He took a chance there and got caught.
First and 10. Ball on the 12-yard line. They line up in an I.
Real. 18. Let's go, 18. Come on, baby.
Little handoff. Huge hit. Maybe a yard on the run by the halfback.
Ouch. You take too many shots like that as a running back, you start peeking around a little bit before you get that football.
18. Hey, we gotta watch the ball, y'all.
He's tackled right around the 10-yard line. So at the most, he gains a few inches.
As a quarterback, you really want to make that pre-snap read, and it's kind of hard to not see the middle linebacker. He came on the blitz that time, and sometimes you just need to get out of a play like that.
Close, open right. Let's go get it, baby. Let's get off.
Back to throw. He's under pressure. Pass completed. What an open field tackle. Despite the great effort, it will still bring up fourth. It's fourth down. They'll line this one up. This one 23 yards away. And he makes it. And now we'll take a quick look at the drive summary. Here's the kick. Jackson has it at the 5. Brought down at the 31. On his last drive, the quarterback completed a pass, but to the other team. Throwing another one could be disastrous to this offense.
Here we go. Five me five. Five me five.
McNabb looking to pass. Throws out to the left. He's brought down at the 41-yard line. Nothing wrong with that pass that goes for a good gain.
You know, and when you talk to some of these receivers, they say the real strength of this quarterback is that he throws a very, very catchable ball. I think Donovan McNabb can just make you look so bad at times. You know, he has the quick release. He gets the thing out of there. Sometimes he takes off with a run and makes you get the ball as far downfield as anybody in this league.
Is there for the catch. And they get him at the 29-yard line. That ball was thrown into tight cover.
This guy doesn't care. He'll throw it into anywhere. Plus, he knows that he throws the ball so hard, there's not a defensive back out there that could catch it. If they could, they'd be playing wide out.
McNabb has completed every pass on this drive. Knocked away. Curtis was his intended target on that one, but they can't complete the pass. Single set backfield.
Here we go. Simba, peel and single. Come on.
Smith comes in motion. He's looking to throw. Throws on the run. Brought down at the 24-yard line. Pretty good read on that play to find the open man.
And that's an area where he excels. He works his way through his progressions quickly and doesn't hesitate when he sees a receiver break free in coverage.
He gets his leg into this one. He'll take it from the 2. Hit and dropped at the 30. Both these teams seem to have left their defense at the door as we head to halftime. Our score is the Browns 20, the Eagles 17. Decent kick. Taken at the 5. Brought down at the 29-yard line. Once again, we'll take this opportunity to remind you that this game is brought to you by the fine folks at EA Sports. Anderson with the fake. Anderson will be sacked, and the linebacker was able to get him on the blitz.
I always thought training camps were done backwards. They always start with the simple protections, the simple plays. If I were coaching on day one, all I would do is practice picking up blitzes. If you can pick up blitzes, you can block anything.
Sets up the play action. Catch is made. He's brought down at the 32-yard line. Good read of the defense on that pass play.
Yeah, and throws like that really settle a quarterback down. It's all about getting into the flow of a game, and you can see he's getting comfortable now.
Let's get it. Let's get it. Fighting team. Saturday. Nickel.
Looks to pass. And he's hammered at the 24-yard line. They really seem to be having a tough time stopping him so far. And now they'll be facing 4th down. Jackson is back deep to return the punt. It's away, and it's a booming punt. Jackson takes it at the 32. He tries to spin, but he's brought down. Decent return there. He'll give his offense pretty good field position.
You know, I like that return. Nothing flashy, but it was really effective. The thing I hate to see are guys that are dancing around back there trying to be a playmaker when they're really not. At least he got up the field, got a few yards. That's what I like to see.
They keep it on the ground with the tailback. He's tackled around the 40-yard line. Didn't get much. That'll bring up second down. They'll face second down and 10. Ball on the 40-yard line. McNabb will line up with the shotgun formation. Westbrook, the ball carrier. He didn't get back to the line. The defense seemed to do everything right there.
And you love to see those linebackers playing downhill like that, not just flowing sideline to sideline, but attacking and trying to get in the backfield.
He's looking to throw. He throws on the run. He goes up high for the catch. They complete the pass on 3rd and long, but they'll end up short of the marker.
You can see the confidence level of this defense. They know they can make open field tackles, and that's probably one of the great lost arts in the game. The ability to make the tackle in the open field and stop them short of the first down. Good play defensively there.
He gets it away. And they'll down it at the 7-yard line. What a great punt to pin them deep.
When you go for a punt to pin a team deep in their own territory, the last thing you want to have happen is to have it end up in the end zone for a touchback, because it just is a letdown for the punt team. Now you've got them backed up inside the 10-yard line. Nice play.
The halfback with the carry. Brought down right around the 6-yard line. I'd say he got 1 or 2 feet on that drive.
Well, that was the perfect time for them to call a blitz. They got in there, filled up all the gaps, brought down the running back for a short gain.
Let's go now, let's go. Come on, y'all like those quick out. Why they team? Why they team? Over tough, 2 straight. New call.
Anderson will look to pass, looking for an open man. Oh, and he dropped it. Winslow was the intended receiver, but they can't complete the pass. They line up at the 7.
Section 44.
Wright, the lone back.
13. You're the winner of an all-expenses trip to the beautiful Bahamas.
They motion to the right. Looks to pass. Defense is getting pressure. Out of bounds, incomplete. He couldn't get 2 feet in on that one.
Well, that's something receivers work on all the time, dragging that back toe, just unable to do it that time.
Gets the punt away. Let's see if the offense can put something together on this drive. Westbrook is the deep back as they line up in the I. Westbrook on a counter left side. He's hammered in the backfield. That was a big-time play by a big-time athlete.
If you want to be considered one of the top quarterbacks in the National Football League, everybody has to be able to cover. But the top guys can not only cover, but come up and make big hits like that. Tremendous play.
Back to pass. Makes the pass to the middle of the field. Tackled right around the 18-yard line.
You know, Donovan McNabb is really becoming much more of the classic drop-back passer. Early in his career, he was a tremendous runner, wanted to get out. But now more and more you're seeing him reading the defenses, making the clever little throws, and is so difficult to defend for a defense because he can still come busting out of there on the run.
2nd and 9 coming up here. Philadelphia sets up in the I. Looking to throw. With the hard throw out to his right. They'll get in for the touchdown. I'm sure that he doesn't even realize he's passed for 300 yards at this point. The only thing that he cares about is walking away with a win. He knows that the stats generally take care of themselves. They're lining it up for the point after. The snap, set down, the kick is up. Here's a quick look at the drive summary. He kicks it off. He'll return it from the 6. Dropped at the 44-yard line. He made a good cut upfield, got a few blocks, and was able to come up with a solid return that time.
Well, there's just no other way to say it. They have to do a better job on special teams. They're making this guy look like the greatest kick returner of all time. When he touches the ball, you have to contain him. You have to get him on the ground.
He lost yardage on the play. Tried to find something, but there wasn't anything there for him.
Yeah, not anything at all. And as a running back, you're probably going back to the huddle going, guys, a little help, please?
Anderson is under center. They'll come out in an I.
Ace, fighting team. Fighting team. Let's go left. Left.
Gives it off. And he's drilled at the 44-yard line. A gain of a yard, if anything, on the run. Cleveland lines up with 3 receivers in the shotgun formation.
Let's go, baby. Get the ball out.
Back to pass. Dumps it out left. And they get him at midfield. Not much chance of converting that pass into a first down.
Nah, and that's really what the defense was hoping for there. They settle their defense behind the chains, allow you to catch the ball, come up and make the tackle. Perfectly executed that time by the defense.
They get this one off, and it's a great kick. And they'll down it at the 3-yard line. Their passing game led to a touchdown on their last drive, and you've got to think they won't deviate from what's been working. Looks like they'll try to push this one out of the shadow of their own goalposts. They keep it on the ground with the tailback. He gets to about the 17-yard line. I expected them to run it, but he just broke it for a big one.
Well, backed up like that, you expect a run to be called. What you don't expect is a big run like that. That is a big-time play right there by a tremendous running back.
Short pass to his left. Batted away, and the defender breaks up the play.
Just great position that time on the defensive side. The receiver really never had a chance on that one.
McNabb lines up under center. Single backfield. He drops back to pass, and it's picked. He's dropped around the 17-yard line. The defense looks like they're running a pick drill out there.
And I think you said that well, because this has been a team defense. They've been getting pressure, good coverage in the secondary, and this quarterback is struggling.
Feeds it to the back. The defender gets him to the ground. That run picked up a yard, maybe less.
And that's why you send all those guys to plug up the holes, and that time there were no holes, really, and he was lucky to get anything on the play.
Six. Let's go.
Here's the halfback. He's brought down at the 13. Lewis picks up about 4 yards on the play. The Browns come out in the ace formation. Cleveland sends a man in motion to the right. There's a play fake. Passes. And he makes the tall grab. He's finally dragged down, and now it will be first and goal. First down now. They'll be looking for 6 points here. One man in the backfield.
Swim. 18. Hey, come on. Chain. Over, top.
Passes, end zone. He just makes an easy grab there for 6.
When you have a receiver with that kind of ability, just give him a chance to work one-on-one on the outside. He'll take care of the rest.
The kick is up. Extra point is good. And we'll take a quick look at the drive summary. Not a bad kick. Buckhalter from the 3. He's hammered at the 27. The quarterback and his receiver were clearly not on the same page last time, and it led to an interception. 3 wide receiver.
Let's get it right here. 5.
Throws it short. Brings this one in. Steps out at the 28-yard line. Nice job of shutting down the first down pass.
Yeah, it looked like that time the defense knew exactly what was coming. They were right there from the outset to make that play.
Watch your ball. Go, baby, come on. Wide.
He makes a great open field tackle. That's a gain of 8. That'll bring up third down. Westbrook is the deep back as they line up in the I. With the hard throw out to his left. And it's intercepted by the backer. Great catch by the linebacker. Not a smart throw from the quarterback.
You know, it's hard to believe that you can lose a guy that big, but sometimes those linebackers dropping underneath in coverage, quarterbacks just don't see him, and he threw it right to him.
Let's get off this field, man. Let's go. Regular. Roll.
Play action. Throws it short. He's dropped at the 10. Good gain on the pass to the running back.
It's tough to pay too much attention to a running back in the passing game because at least half the time they're staying in the block. So when they do slip out, occasionally they can hit you for a big play.
First and 10. 10 yards to the end zone. Lewis lines up as the deep back. I formation. They'll throw on first down. He'll try the end zone. What a catch! Touchdown! The quarterback threw a pretty ball there for the touchdown.
And we've talked about his arm strength, but his accuracy keeps showing through in this game. That was beautifully delivered.
So they're ready for the extra point. And the point after is good. And here's your drive summary for that last series. The kick is away. He's tackled at the 24-yard line. So as the offense heads back onto the field, we'll take this time to remind you that our game is brought to you by EA Sports. If it's in the game, it's in the game. Not much time to throw. Dropped behind the line. The completion goes for negative yardage, loss of 2.
Boy, that's just great anticipation by the defense there. They saw that play coming and were all over it.
Westbrook gets the call. Tackled at the 30. Westbrook picks up about 7 yards on the run. 3rd and 5 coming up. Ball on the 30-yard line. The Eagles come out in the shotgun. There are 3 receivers wide.
What did he eat? What did he eat? Let's 5. Set.
Back to pass. Passes to his left. And he's out at the 36-yard line. And that will be enough for the first down.
You know, it really wasn't a horrible call that time by the defense, but anytime you have to try and stop an offense like this in those medium yardage situations, you really have to come up in the coverage.
On the ground with a tailback. Brought down at the 42. The ball carrier gives them 6 yards on the ground. So 2nd down now. The offense needs about 4 for the first. Man in motion. Looking to throw. And the defense has a heavy rush. The backer picks it off. He's dropped at the 45. That's another great play by this defense.
That's pick number 2 now for this guy. At some point, Mr. Quarterback, you better start going the other way.
They line up with 1 running back in the backfield, 3 wide. It's the tailback. He's brought down around the 44-yard line. Lewis gains about 2 yards on the run.
Not very often in a game does a defender get a clean shot like that on a running back. Typically, the running back didn't see it coming to take that kind of a shot.
Here's the give. What a hit! And he manages to get back to the line of scrimmage, and that's all. The Browns come out in the single back formation, 3 receivers wide. Looks to pass. He throws it right through his hands. He got rocked on that one, and the ball popped right out of there.
Yeah, he got rocked and the ball rolled. There was nothing left after that hit.
And they can really put their opponent in bad field position with a good punt here. Punts it. Into the end zone for a touchback. It'll be interesting to see how this quarterback reacts after throwing an interception on his last drive. Sets up the play action. Can't hang on. Brown was the intended receiver, but they can't complete the pass. From their own 20-yard line. McNabb comes up to the line. 3 wide receivers split out wide. Westbrook gets the carry left side. He's dropped for a loss. That cornerback just made this offense look bad.
One of the tough things about trying to get a cornerback blocked is how athletic those guys are. If you're a fullback or an offensive lineman or somebody out in front trying to make that block, it's just tough to get a hand on those guys. They're quick.
Throws it out, and he caught it. He got depleted. The defense was right there to bring him down just about as soon as he made the catch on that.
Clever play that time defensively. It looked like he was going to be open quickly for the catch and the first down. They closed in, made the tackle, and that brings up 4th down.
Punts it, and he got a good one here. Cribbs fields it at the 34. Tackled at the 37. I'm sure they would have liked to have gotten a little better return out of him there.
Yeah, that certainly wasn't one of his best efforts there. Maybe if he would have gotten a little more help from his blockers, he could have broken one out of there. You know, sometimes it just takes one good block to create a seam to get one up the field.
It's the tailback. He doesn't get back to the line. Cornerback did a nice job recognizing the play and getting in there for the stop.
For me, there's nothing more impressive in football than to see a cover cornerback able to come up and make the stops on the run. That's a complete football player.
Get off, baby, get off. Left, 21. Yeah.
Drops back with the pass. Just can't find the range on that one. This quarterback's not going to get it done with throws like that.
Yeah, I don't know if the ball slipped out of his hand or what, but that one really wasn't that close for a professional quarterback.
Back to throw. Stallworth looked like he had it, but couldn't hang on. Stallworth was the intended receiver, but they can't complete the pass. The Eagles have everyone on the line. Looks like they're coming after this one. It's away, and it's a booming punt. Jackson fields it at the 22. And he just got hammered. And that was a pretty nice return there, Chris.
He was just a couple of steps away from breaking that one all the way. This coverage team better start stepping up or he's going to take one in for 6.
On play action, throws into coverage, and it's intercepted. He's dropped at the 30. Well, he looked like he was in the right place at the right time.
Unless you're the quarterback, then he was in the wrong place at the wrong time.
High formation here. He's tackled around the 27-yard line. The back gets 3 on the carry. 2nd and 7 situation here. Ball on the 27. The backfield is in the offset I formation.
Here we go, boys. Saturday.
Anderson sends a man in motion. Lewis on the handoff. Brought down behind the line. No one picked up the linebacker, and it cost them.
And when your defensive line can handle their guys up front and not allow the offensive linemen to get down on the linebackers, it really gives those linebackers a chance to look great.
Fargo. Overload.
Drops back. Short pass to his left. And they get him at the 17. And it's the tailback with a big catch.
And tailbacks love that. Anytime they can get into the open field, think about that position. You're constantly pounding the ball inside and getting hit by those big linebackers. Now you get out in open space and you have a chance to make a play.
Throws while on the run. Caught out of bounds, incomplete. He caught that one out of bounds.
Well, you could see the receiver doing all he could to keep his feet in bounds, but that pass just let him out of bounds.
Solid, close left. Lock in. 18. Come on, 18. There you go, G. Stay right.
Tackled at the 11. Lewis gets 6 yards on the carry. 11 yards out. They'll work from the shotgun.
Here we go. 18. 18. Come on, let's go.
And that'll bring this quarter to an end. Our score is the Browns 34, the Eagles 24. On the 11 now.
Turbo, Simba, peel one single. Right. Switch. 18. Come on, G. Let's go.
Anderson drops back to pass. And he catches it. He's dropped at the 4. Chris, they love to run that play.
Yeah, that's one, if you study this team on tape, you're going to see them go to that in the clutch, and it worked again.
Cleveland comes out with an I formation.
Here we go, boys. Saturday. Fight 18. Fight 18. Get him blocked.
It's the tailback. And they get him at the 3. Lewis gets about a yard on the play. The defense is backed up against their own end zone here. And now we'll see who can get the bigger push.
Hey, gap. Don't nothing change. Fight 18. Fight 18.
Surveys the field. Goes for the end zone. And the defender intercepts it. I thought that was going to be a touchdown.
No, it's so easy to be really critical of a quarterback in this situation, but sometimes defensive players just make remarkable plays, and that was just a great defensive play.
From their own 20-yard line. Single back formation.
25.
On the ground with a tailback. And he will lose yardage on the play. It looked as if the offensive line just collapsed on that play.
And it looked like this defensive line just beat him off the snap. Sometimes those guys can time out the quarterback's cadence. And if the quarterback doesn't start changing that snap count, his offensive line is going to really struggle.
255.
McNabb set to go to the air. Rockets it. And this one could be a big game. He's brought down at the 33-yard line. He made the right read on that pass.
Nice play that time by the quarterback. You know, we talk about progressions and going from one receiver to the next, but this quarterback is doing a great job in the pre-snap read, knowing who the first guy will be and getting him the football.
He's going to take off. That's a 2-yard gain. That brings up second down.
Gain of 2.
It's second down and 8 to go. Ball on their own 34. McNabb is in the shotgun. He has 3 receivers.
Play. Dre's live. 5.
Back to throw. He steps up, makes the reception. He is hit hard on the play. Pretty nice read on that play to find the open man.
Yeah, the two of them really have been working hard, building a rapport in practice, and now you're starting to see some of those results out here on the field.
5.
Looking to throw. He's going to run. Nowhere to go on the quarterback scramble. 4th down. The Eagles are lining up to punt this one away. Roca kicks it, and man, did he get a leg into this one. From the 15. He's tackled at the 27. I really like this guy's ability to return kicks.
Yeah, you know this guy's been back there making plays since his college days, his high school days, and pee-wee football, flag football, playing touch in the back. This guy can break it no matter where he is.
Brought down at the 31. 4-yard gain, and that will bring up second down. 2nd and 6 coming up here. Ball on their own 31. Anderson is under center. 3 wide receivers. He's looking to throw. He throws a bullet out to his right. He's dropped in the open field. Talk about a throw.
Yeah, you don't have to worry about one like that being intercepted. Nobody on the defensive side could have caught that bullet.
Fakes to the back. Nearly picked off. He should have had that one. Juravicius wasn't able to bring it in. Incomplete pass on the play. The Browns come out with the offset eye. They give it to the tailback. Stiff arms, and the defender still makes the tackle. A 2-yard run by the halfback. 3rd and 8 now. Ball on the 44. Philadelphia lines up with 5 defensive backs.
Let's go, y'all. Let's go.
Hands it to the back. He's brought down around the 44-yard line. They denied him the first down on that run.
Yeah, they were lucky just to get back to the line of scrimmage. I don't like the call when you're in a 3rd down situation. I'm paying the quarterback so much money. He's getting the ball there.
Gets it away cleanly. From the 15. And they get him at the 20-yard line. And that return should set this offense up nicely.
He did a good job there finding a seam and getting up the field. You know, a lot of people don't realize that being a punt returner or a kick returner is one of the toughest jobs in the NFL. There's a whole lot of things that could go wrong and only a few that can really go right.
McNabb takes it back. Looks for a man open. Pass is complete. He's tackled at the 23-yard line. Not much of a gain at all on that completion. What happened on that one?
Well, I think the offense really just trying to make a safe throw rather than taking a big chance and throwing it down the field. You get the ball in the hands of your receiver and let him try and make a play. That time, nothing there.
Back to pass. Goes through his read. Brought down at about the 35-yard line. The quarterback just rifled that one in there for a good gain.
Everybody knows about this guy's arm strength, and if you wanted to see an example of it, right there it was.
He looks to throw on first down. He throws left. And it's caught. And he's knocked out at the 44-yard line. Just a short, efficient throw that time.
Yeah, a true sign of patience on the offensive side. You let the play develop. You find the open receiver. Maybe he takes a look down the field. It's not there. Just go ahead and take that safe throw.
Scrambles for yardage. And they get him at about the 45-yard line. Nowhere to go for the quarterback.
Pretty impressive on the defensive side that time. Not only did they get the play covered in the secondary, but there were enough people around the quarterback to keep him from breaking out of there on the run.
He didn't get back to the line.
Personal foul, face mask, defense.
That's a huge mistake for this defense. You can't let things like that happen.
Oh, and look at them out there. They're just sick. You make a stop on 3rd down, you're going to get off the field. They're all kicking the dirt right now because they gave up a cheap first down.
They keep it on the ground with the tailback. What a brutal hit. They get 3 yards on the play.
Very effective call that time by the defensive coordinator, bringing the outside linebacker a terrific way to give your defense some help in stopping the run.
What did he? What did he? Hey, come on, 255. Hey, regular. It's on the run.
Oh, and they got him. And that was a huge rush he was facing.
I'm not sure there was much he could do there. I'm not even sure he saw those guys coming. I tell you what, though, if they don't start doing a better job protecting up front, it's going to be a long day for this quarterback.
McNabb has completed every pass on this drive. And it's completed. The 3rd down pass got them good yardage, but not quite enough to convert.
Yeah, that was a tough 3rd down situation. They got the good completion, a good gain on the play, but probably asking too much out of the receiver to try and break that many tackles to pick up that first down.
He drops back to pass. Right through his hands, he almost had the pick. They'll set up shop at the 31. 1st and 10. The Browns come out in the ace formation.
Tennessee. Toby 32.
Anderson will hand it off. Tackled at the 32-yard line. Maybe a yard on the run by the halfback. 2 tight ends this time as they come out in a big set. The counter. He's going to be tackled for a loss. A great defensive effort there.
Did you see how fast that linebacker was on that one? Not only did he recognize it, but when he did recognize it, he had the explosiveness to get there.
Wright gets it on a counter left. Wright loses the ball. There's a scramble. And that was not a good time for a fumble.
Well, there's really never a good time for a fumble, but you can tell that he just got sloppy with that football. He broke down on his fundamentals and he gave it up.
Up the middle with a fullback. Finally make the tackle, and it will be 1st and goal. That was a pretty nice pickup by the fullback.
Yeah, I have to admit that one surprised me, and I think it surprised the defense as well. May have even surprised the fullback that he saw that kind of a hole. Big pickup and a 1st down.
He drops back. Throws it short. Brought down at the 2. Short pattern results in a completion for the offense.
You know, that's not one of those plays that's a huge gain by any means, but that's really the essence of an offensive game plan. You have to start hitting some of those short intermediate routes, and that begins to open everything else up.
And he should have had that one. Brown was the intended receiver on the play, and it falls incomplete. Big play here for both teams. It's 3rd and goal from the 2. McNabb comes up to the line. 3 wide receivers split out wide. He throws right. Hit him in the hands, but he can't hang on. And the pass was knocked away at the last minute.
Well, at the end of the game, you go back and you basically say what happened on 3rd down, and you have a pretty good indication of how that game came out. Good play by the defense.
Looking for an open man. And the defender intercepts it. They'll score, touchdown! And that was the worst possible place to throw that ball.
Yeah, especially because that guy was playing defense, and that guy not only will pick you off, but he'll put points on the board. What a play.
And here's the extra point. It's good. Kicks it off. He'll return it from the 4-yard line. Dropped at the 22. Quarterback threw a pick on their last drive. Let's see if he's able to shake it off. They'll start at the 22-yard line. 1st and 10. Nickel back in this time. Play action. Strong throw to his left. Steps out at about the 21. No gain on that completion. That'll bring up 2nd down. 2nd down, 10 yards to go. Ball on the 22. McNabb lines up in the shotgun.
5v5.
Back to throw. On the run, he throws it. And they get him at the 34. Good pickup by the receiver.
And we've always talked about this receiver's big play ability. He may not be the fastest guy in the league, but you can tell he wants the ball in his hands in big situations.
Hands it to the back. He's dropped at the 36-yard line. Maybe got a couple of yards, but that's about it. That'll bring up second down. McNabb is lined up under center. He has two backs behind him. He drops back to pass. There for the reception. Brought down at the 49-yard line. He gunned that one in there for the first down, didn't he?
He really did, and when you watch a guy throw a ball that hard, they don't move their arm any faster. You see them driving off that back leg. That was a pretty pass.
McNabb hands it off. Gains his way to the 40-yard line. Just a phenomenal run.
Woo! Not often you see that kind of speed in the NFL. Get out there, get it up the field, and when he gets in the open field, look out.
Sets up the play action. Sack! And that makes the second time he's gotten to it.
There are just some days as a pass rusher when those guys are on. I don't know if it's biorhythms or whatever it may be, but there are some days when you can see a guy is just going to be unblockable, and this might be that day.
McNabb back to pass. He's been perfect on this drive. Incomplete. Curtis wasn't able to bring it in. Incomplete pass on the play. Third down and 13 to go. Ball on the 42-yard line.
You're the winner of an 18-speed mountain bike.
Back to throw. Throws left. Makes the catch. Tackled at the 23-yard line. This guy seemingly can't be stopped. He's now thrown for 400 yards in the game.
Yeah, and at times he really makes it look easy out there. These wide receivers deserve a little credit too. They're doing a lot of work getting open down the field, but this quarterback's pretty special.
He drops back. Looks down the field. Completed. He's finally dragged down, and now it will be first and goal. First and goal. Ball on the 6. McNabb lines up in the shotgun. 3 receivers wide this time. Looks to pass. Passes the ball. He brings it in. Touchdown. He throws it in there for the touchdown again. That's his 4th pass that's gone for a score.
This quarterback's getting loose. He's starting to feel it out there. You know, sometimes you bang your head against the wall and you're trying to figure out what's going to work during the course of the day. And sometimes you come out here and it just feels easy. You're over laughing on the bench, having a good time. It's been fun today.
Here's the kick. And the point after is good. And now we'll take a quick look at the drive summary. Philadelphia will line up for the onside kick. Here's the onside kick. That was a great hit. He wasn't getting away from that one. Well, they weren't able to recover the onside kick on that one.
I'm not going to say this thing is over, but it really doesn't look too good at this point. They're down 2 possessions. They just gave the other team some good field position. Tough spot right here.
Straight ahead with a fullback. He's dropped at the 29-yard line. They call the fullback's number, and he responds by getting 10 yards on the run. Lewis lines up as the deep back, I formation.
Here we go, boys. Come on. Turbo.
Dumps it out right. 2 minutes left in the ball game. Nice job getting that pass out of there, and he picks up the first down.
Yeah, smart play call that time by the offense. He could tell by the pre-snap read that short throw was going to be there, and he took advantage.
Hands it off. He's brought down at the 19. 6-yard gain. That brings up second down. I formation here. Lewis on the inside handoff. The defense calls a timeout, and now they've only got one remaining. They line up at the 19. The Browns go with the I formation. They will be short. A 2-yard run by the halfback.
Gain of 2.
So the kicking team is on the field to try for 3 points. This one will be a 34-yard try. Right down the middle. Not much doubt as he puts that one right through the upright. And here's the kick. Jackson from the 4. And he's knocked out at the 27. At this point, I think this game looks like it's pretty much out of reach.
Well, it's only a 2-possession game, so these guys are not going to give up. They need a score, an onside kick, a score, an onside kick. Now, whatever this is. They need a lot of good things to happen right here.
He looks to throw on first down. Throws on the run. Defender gets his hand on it. What an effort out there. He just got his hands in there and broke it up.
I love watching the closing speed of this defense. When they see the ball, they go get it.
5. Stay down. Come on, D, let's get off the field now.
Drops back to pass. Short throw. He's dropped at the 32-yard line. It looks like they're going to go no huddle. McNabb will come to the line with a 3-wide formation. Makes a change. Looking to throw. Rolling right. It's completed. He's brought down at about the 49-yard line. And he's crossed the century mark in receiving yards. This has been one heck of a performance.
And Tom, I don't think he's finished yet. This is a guy that is on a roll right now, and this defense really doesn't have an answer for him.
And he spiked it. Second down, 10 yards to go. Ball on the 50. They come out with 4 wide receivers.
Here we go. What did he? What did he? Here we go. Hey, let's go. 255.
Drops back. Surveys the field. This one falls incomplete. Jackson was the intended receiver, but they can't complete the pass. It looks like the defense is only going to pressure with 3 linemen.
5.
He's looking to throw. Rifles it out there. And they get him at the 35. The defense just didn't match up well on that play.
Yeah, tough to match up one-on-one in man coverage against that wide receiver. He's pretty good.
First and 10. Ball on the 35-yard line. They'll throw on first down. Passes on the move. He's dropped around the 30-yard line. Gain of 5 through the air. That'll make it second down. McNabb looking to pass. Moves to his right. Got him deep again. He's brought down at the 4. And that'll do it for us. Our final in this one is the Browns 44, the Eagles 31.
From the Buccaneer Cove to the 103-foot pirate ship, When you walk into Raymond James Stadium, you just know you're in a special place. And this will be our host for what we expect to be a good matchup between Philadelphia and Tampa Bay. Let's take you now to Tom Hammond and Chris Collinsworth, who are getting set for the kickoff.
Jackson from the 3. It will be clear and mild for today's game. Hello, folks. Tom Hammond and Chris Collinsworth getting set for this one. And we'll see how their offense has prepared for this matchup as they come onto the field for the first time. The Buccaneers line up with a nickelback. Chris, I have to say I'm excited about this one.
You know, everything starts up front. Talking about the offensive linemen, about the defensive linemen, they have to play well in this one. Both coaches have to challenge these big guys offensively and defensively.
Play fake is good for a couple. Second down, 8 yards to go. Ball on the 28. Westbrook, the lone back. Westbrook on the handoff. He'll be brought down behind the line of scrimmage. Looked for a seam, but he wasn't able to find anything.
And let's give credit to the defense. They had a great push there. They got in the backfield, took control of their own gaps.
He drops back to pass. Short throw to the right. Brought down at the 31. Good pass and catch, but it won't be enough to convert.
I always have to snicker a little bit when I see a pass play like that. I can almost hear John Madden talking about how can you pick up the first down when you complete the pass short of the sticks? What are they thinking about? And he's just so right.
Punts it. Hilliard fields it at the 26. He's dropped at the 41-yard line. Pretty nice job picking up yardage on that punt return.
He's definitely got some breakaway potential when he's back there returning kicks. You give him just a little bit of room, he could break it for a big one.
Here we go, here we go. 398, 398. Hey, don't get that ball off. Hey, man. Let's go. Let's go. Come on.
Drops back. Garcia has plenty of time. And they get him there for the sack. That was an unbelievable play to get the sack.
Phew, he might need a few minutes to clear the cobwebs out of his head after that one. That's the kind you go back into the huddle and you call a running play next just so you can get your head straight.
They're going to pitch it. He gets knocked out of bounds at the 37, and he ran out of room on that one.
Good play by the defense, but I really don't like to see a running back that just runs out of bounds. At the very least, you ought to be a little angry that the play is being disrupted like that by the defense. Put your head and shoulder down, see what you can get.
Looks to pass. Scans the field. Comes down with it. And he's hammered at the 48-yard line. He put something extra on that throw, and it'll keep the chains moving.
And that's really what it takes sometimes because defenders are so quick out there. If you don't put a little extra pop on it, they can get there.
Here we go.
Garcia on first down. The defense has him surrounded. There for the catch. He's brought down at the 36-yard line. Good pickup by the receiver.
And we've always talked about this receiver's big play ability. He may not be the fastest guy in the league, but you can tell he wants the ball in his hands in big situations.
398, 398. Over, tough, too straight. Numbers.
He fights forward to about the 33. The fullback picks up about 3 yards on that carry. 2nd and 7 situation here. Ball on the 33-yard line.
Here we go. 190, 190.
Back to throw. Looking for a receiver. Broken up. 3rd down coming up after that incompletion. Offense with 3rd down, 7 yards to go. Ball on the 33. Drops back. The pass is away. And they get him at the 24-yard line. The defense just didn't match up well on that play.
Yeah, tough to match up one-on-one in man coverage against that wide receiver. He's pretty good.
On play action, he catches another. They finally bring him down, and it's 1st and goal. They pick up several yards there on the pass.
And that fake really was the difference. Not only did the quarterback sell it, the running back sold it, the offensive line did, and the receiver was open for a nice play.
They give it to the tailback. Tackled at the 3. The halfback gets the ball and picks up 5.
Gain of 5.
3 yards for the score now. The Buccaneers come out in the ace formation. Pitch out. He took a shot at the 2. It looks like they picked up a yard or maybe a little less.
Not very often in a game does a defender get a clean shot like that on a running back. Typically, the running back didn't see it coming to take that kind of a shot.
And straight ahead we go with the fullback. Makes a cut, and he will be hit and dropped. It's 4th down. He shouldn't have a problem with this one. Tampa Bay is looking to go up by 3. Kick is up, and it splits the uprights. Here's a quick look at the drive summary. He kicks it. He's tackled at the 27. The defense played exceptionally well the last time this offense had the ball. They'll come out in the I. Philadelphia sends a man in motion. Westbrook on the run. Cuts back, and he's dropped. A 1-yard gain.
Well, that was the perfect time for them to call a blitz. They got in there, filled up all the gaps, brought down the running back for a short gain.
On the ground with a tailback. He's tackled around the 28-yard line. A gain of a yard, if anything, on the run. 3rd and 8 now. Ball on their own 28. The Buccaneers bring in the nickel package. He drops back. Throws it short. He's there for the catch. And they get him right around the 38-yard line.
Personal foul, face mask, defense.
And the defense gives up some free yards to the offense.
I always thought a defensive penalty was so much more deflating than an offensive penalty, because on offense you have a chance to make up for it. On defense, a lot of times it's big yardage and automatic first downs.
Westbrook gets another carry. Hit and dropped behind the line. I don't think the offense expected the safety to come up on the ball like that.
Well, you know the safeties are going to attack the line of scrimmage against the run, but you just don't expect them to get there so soon that they're going to make the tackle in the backfield.
Hands it to the back. Tackled around the 42-yard line. Westbrook gains 7 yards on that play. So another 3rd down upcoming for the offense. Philadelphia comes out with 3 receivers in a single back formation. Short throw to the left. He's tackled around the 31-yard line. A nice completion to the tight end.
I always thought tight ends were sort of like pacifiers for babies, you know, just about the time that you need a little security blanket, you know where to go.
Back to pass. Looks for a man open. Leaping catch. There was some heat on that pass.
Yeah, he scored a few style points with that one, but more importantly, they pick up the first down.
Play action. He throws on the run. He's finally dragged down, and now it will be first and goal. Looks like 3 wideouts this time. He throws right. Dropped an easy one. Smith was the intended receiver, but they can't complete the pass. Second and goal now. Ball on the 4. Offset I formation in the backfield. Passes to the end zone. And he makes the catch. Touchdown.
More and more, this team relies on Donovan McNabb to make plays. They put him back there in position to read the defense. He has the ability to run the football, but you better not relax against him. Even if he's looking all the way to the right, that backside receiver is still alive. That time they burn him for a touchdown.
And the point after is good. And we'll take a quick look at the drive summary. The kick is away. Fielded at the 4. He's still going. He's hammered at the 31. So before the offense hits the field, let's take the time to let you know that our game is brought to you by EA Sports. The backfield is in the offset I formation. It's the tailback. Gains his way to the 49-yard line. And that was a nice job to pick up the first down.
Nothing makes a defensive coordinator cringe more than seeing that kind of run, because then it sets up the play action, and there's almost no way to stop an offense if you can't stop the run and you have to deal with play action.
Garcia is under center. Single back backfield. Graham gets the carry. He's brought down right around the 50-yard line. They picked up a yard, and that will bring up second down. They line up at the 50. Philadelphia brings in the nickel here.
Let's get it. 190. 190. Yeah, we see that screen.
There's a play fake. Drops the sure pick. The pass was deflected and swatted away by the defender.
I think the quarterback may have had to throw that ball a little sooner than he wanted to. The pressure was starting to get there.
Come on, D, let's get off the field.
Garcia sends a guy in motion to the right. He drops back to pass. Passes it out. He leaps. It's caught. Good yardage that time on the pass.
And how'd you like that throw by the quarterback? A little touch, a little lob in over the top, like an alley-oop in basketball.
Left call, left call.
They line up in a double tight set.
Let's get it. Here we go, here we go. Here we go, here we go. 190.
It's the tailback. He lost yardage on the play. Nowhere to go for the halfback. That's a loss of 1.
I don't think the defense was fooled on that one. It was like they were sitting back in the huddle listening in.
They're calling an audible.
390. 390. Low left on the right.
Looks to pass. Dumps it out right. And they get him at the 30. Good read of the defense on that pass play.
Yeah, and throws like that really settle a quarterback down. It's all about getting into the flow of a game, and you can see he's getting comfortable now.
Come on, come on. Here we go, here we go. 190. 190. Overwatch, red man. Down.
And they'll try and get the first through the air. Knocked down. And it'll be 4th down following the pass deflection.
Just terrific play by the defense. They followed the quarterback's eyes, made a quick jump on the ball, and were all over that one.
Kicks it, got plenty of distance, and it's good. That was a great kick from that distance.
It really was, wasn't it? There are no field goal kicker jokes going on the sideline right now, just a lot of love.
He kicks it. He's hammered at the 32-yard line. They were able to score through the air the last time they had the ball. Let's see what they planned for this drive. They'll give it off here. The defender gets him to the ground. That's a 3-yard gain.
Very effective call that time by the defensive coordinator, bringing the outside linebacker a terrific way to give your defense some help in stopping the run.
McNabb sends a man in motion. With the throw, with the catch. He's tackled at the 48-yard line, and that one will go for a first.
And really top-notch quarterbacks know how to throw a football in there without leading his receiver into trouble. That was a great throw.
He looks to throw on 1st down. He throws it, tips it away. Brown was the intended receiver, but the pass fell incomplete. 2nd down now with 10 to go. Westbrook lines up as the single back. He fakes it. Not much time to throw. Brings it in. Brought down at the 34-yard line. Talk about a throw.
Yeah, you don't have to worry about one like that being intercepted. Nobody on the defensive side could have caught that bullet.
Here we go. 5. 5. Here we go. Set. Here we go, Dave. Blue 55. Get your hands up. Get your hands up. Set.
Drops back on 1st down. Throws it short. Makes the catch. He gets knocked out of bounds around the 16-yard line. No trouble airing it out. That gives him 100 yards already.
Not a bad first quarter, huh? And before the game, this quarterback was telling me his arm felt great in practice all week, so we'll see how he holds up for the remainder of the game.
1st down, looking to throw. And he has been his go-to guy on the drive. What happened there, Chris?
Well, they got caught in man-to-man coverage on that play, and I couldn't tell if the defender slipped a little bit or not. Maybe he just got beat on the play.
5. 5. Set. It's coming out quick.
To the end zone. Makes the catch. Touchdown. Outstanding play to the wide receiver as he took it the distance.
Well, that's just a big-time pitch and catch right there. The quarterback made a beautiful throw, but it was the route by the wide receiver that set it up. He was as open as I've seen all afternoon.
And the point after is good. And here's your drive summary for that last series. And here's the kick. Fielded at the 4. He's tackled at the 26-yard line. They had to settle for a field goal on their last drive. They take the field again, looking to put up another score. Ace backfield this time. Garcia doesn't like what he sees. Drops back on 1st down. Short throw to the left. He's dropped at about the 33-yard line. Nothing wrong with that pass. That goes for a good gain.
You know, and when you talk to some of these receivers, they say the real strength of this quarterback is that he throws a very, very catchable ball.
Fakes to the back, looking for an open man. Makes the grab. The defense was looking run, and they threw it for a big gain.
Well, when you have a talented running back like this, you always have to account for him. That time, a nice play-action pass, open it up down the field.
Here we go, here we go.
Garcia hands it off straight ahead. And they get him at about the 35-yard line. They need to come up with a better game plan to stop this guy.
Yeah, you're not kidding. They can't keep giving up those big chunks of yardage like that. If they do, it's going to be awfully tough to stop this offense.
On the ground with a tailback. He's tackled at the 30. Graham gets 6 yards on the carry. Tampa Bay lines up in the offset eye this time. Drops back. He throws right. He's brought down around the 22-yard line. Quarterback finding some nice passing lanes early in the game.
Yeah, he is, and that's one thing you don't want to let this guy do. You don't want him in a rhythm early, or he'll pick you apart. He's proven that so far, and I don't think this defense has figured him out yet.
Garcia drops back on first down. Dumps it out right. Brought down at about the 11. Another fine pass and catch on that play.
I know we all talk about 40-yard dash times in the NFL, but as a receiver, if you are a great route runner and you understand what the defenses are trying to do to you, it doesn't matter if you run a 4.3 40. If you can get in and out of your cuts like this guy, you will always be able to play.
Still a lot of time left, but at the end of one, the score is 14-6. On the 11 now. Graham on the inside handoff. What a hit. I don't think he even saw that guy. Gain of 2. First down now. They'll be looking for 6 points here. One-man backfield. Give to the tailback. He fights forward to about the 7. Graham gains around 3 yards on the draw play. Garcia is under center. He has 2 tight ends.
Stay inside right here.
They motion to the right. Hands it off. What a shot! 4-yard gain by the back. They put everyone up on the line. Here's the halfback. He doesn't get back to the line. This defense is definitely not afraid to use their safeties in run support.
And as a quarterback, you have to start to recognize that. You just can't allow that safety to keep sniffing around that 8th man in the box and not throw the football. Essentially, they're daring this offense to throw it, and they're not taking advantage.
Right down the middle. Solid kick that time, and he puts it right through the uprights, converting for the field goal. Decent kick. Buckhalter from the 6. They get him at the 33-yard line. This offense seems to have found its stride as they take the field again after their last 2 successful drives.
Let's go.
Westbrook is the deep back as they line up in the eye.
255. What did he eat? Let's hop in. Let's get off.
They hand off on a counter. And they get him at about the 37-yard line. Westbrook comes away with around 5 yards on the misdirection run. The Eagles line up with trips bunched on the left side.
Here we go. 5.
He drops back to pass. Surveys the field. Pass completed. And he dropped him in the open field. That's a first down right there. Might want to play them a little tighter, maybe even go to man coverage.
Yeah, that's a great call, Tom, because when you get a blitz package like that and your offensive line can first of all figure it out and then get it blocked, it's very tough to cover one-on-one in the secondary.
They keep it on the ground with the tailback. Maybe a yard on the run by the halfback. Second down, 10 yards to go. Ball on the 45. They line up in a one-back set.
Watch the switch. 25. 25. Right. Hey, look, 25. Here we go.
Looking to throw. Throws short. What a hit!
McNabb.
Gain of 5 through the air.
Yeah, very safe, simple play, hitting the underneath receiver for a solid gain.
McNabb steps up to the line, 3 wide receivers.
What did he? What the fake? Blue 55. Hey, let's go, baby.
Drops back to pass. Scans the field. Can't stay in bounds. Incomplete pass. He caught that one out of bounds.
Well, you could see the receiver doing all he could to keep his feet in bounds, but that pass just let him out of bounds.
He gets it away. This one's going to go out of bounds at the 14. You have to like it when your punter can pin the ball inside the 20 like that.
Now, this has got to be one of the tougher punts to make here. It's so easy to get a little too much on the kick, sending it into the end zone for a touchback. He did a great job hitting it just right on that one.
Passes to his left. He's brought down at the 19-yard line. 5-yard pickup on the play pass that time. 2nd and 5. Ball on their own 19. Garcia is in the shotgun. 4 wide receivers.
Come on, let's go. Tiger. Let's go right.
Sets up the play action. Is there for the catch. Brought down around the 38-yard line. That was a good-looking throw.
Yeah, great throw, but maybe even a better read. He understood by watching what the defense did after the snap of the football exactly where to go with that ball.
On the ground, up the middle. He fights forward to about the 40. Gain of about a yard. That'll bring up 2nd down. We've got 2nd and 9 here. Ball on the 40. 4 wideouts this time.
Bring 9-8. Now play it. Let's get a stop. Let's go.
On play action. Catch is made. Knocked out at the 45. He delivered a nice throw on that drop back, completing it for a pretty good gain.
You know, there aren't many guys who work any harder than this guy, both in the offseason and during the week of practice. He isn't the most physically gifted quarterback I've ever seen, but you can tell the time he puts in the film room, in the weight room, and he understands the game of football.
That play was stuffed from the get-go.
And it's not very often that I get really excited about defensive line play, but that time the guys up front on defense were just overpowering.
Gets the punt away. And they make the fair catch. They had to punt it away on their previous drive.
Come on.
The Eagles line up with 3 wide.
25. Goes right.
Back to throw. And they're coming after him. Brings this one in. He's dropped at the 23.
I think Donovan McNabb can just make you look so bad at times. You know, he has the quick release. He gets the thing out of there. Sometimes he takes off with a run and makes you play sort of a spy situation against him. But then you forget how big an arm he really has. He has the ability to get the ball as far downfield as anybody in this league.
He's dropped for a loss. That was a big-time play by a big-time athlete.
If you want to be considered one of the top quarterbacks in the National Football League, everybody has to be able to cover. But the top guys can not only cover, but come up and make big hits like that. Tremendous play.
McNabb dropping back. Incomplete pass. What an effort out there. He just got his hands in there and broke it up.
I love watching the closing speed of this defense. When they see the ball, they go get it.
Here we go. What did he eat?
Back to pass. Throws it. And he caught it. He's tackled at about the 33-yard line. Great time for that type of pass. It worked to perfection.
And that was a nice job by the offensive line, allowing the quarterback enough time to survey the field and find the open guy.
35. Let's go. 35. Let's stop it right now. 55.
They keep it on the ground with the tailback. And he just got hammered. A 5-yard pickup for the halfback. 2nd and 5. Ball on the 40-yard line. The Buccaneers bring in their dime package.
What did he eat? What did he eat?
Rigo. Wake up, guys. Hey, let's go now.
Drops back. Short throw to the right. He got depleted. And a big catch by the tight end.
And I can tell you this, there's nothing that defensive backs hate more than to have one of those big tight ends in the open field running right towards them.
25. 25.
Keep your eyes open. Get off, baby. Get off. Come on, D.
It's the tailback. He fights forward to around midfield. Maybe a yard on the run by the halfback.
Ouch. You take too many shots like that as a running back, you start peeking around a little bit before you get that football.
Regular. What did he eat? What did he eat?
Come on, D.
Blue 55.
Solid, close left.
He tries to spin and he is dropped. A 1-yard gain, and so it'll be 3rd down. The offense facing another 3rd down here as they line up. Nickelback is in on this play.
25. 25.
Back to pass. Goes through his read. And it's picked off. And a huge midair collision at the end of that one. Good job to pick that ball off.
This guy's a gambler, no question about it. He doesn't mind taking some chances, and sometimes it pays off just like that.
Here we go. Bring 9-8.
Fullback on the inside give. He's brought down at the 47-yard line. Gain of about a yard. That brings up 2nd down. From their own 47-yard line. They'll come out with bunch formation. Give to the tailback. And they get him at the 47-yard line. A gain of a yard, if anything, on the run. They line up at the 47. Garcia lines up in the gun. He has 2 tight ends in the formation. He's looking to throw. Looks for a man open. And he catches it. He's tackled at the 37. He made the right read on that pass.
Nice play that time by the quarterback. You know, we talk about progressions and going from one receiver to the next, but this quarterback is doing a great job in the pre-snap read, knowing who the first guy will be and getting him the football.
Dumps it out left. He steps out right around the 32-yard line. Pretty nice throw on that play.
And a pretty good catch on the other end, too. That's one of those plays that's quickly becoming one of the staples in this offensive passing attack.
Here we go. Over tough, 2 straight. Watch the draw. Dre's live. Wide.
He needs to get rid of it. Makes the reception. He's in. Touchdown. You don't usually see a tight end get that far down the field for the score.
And I usually don't see tight ends that can run like that. Boy, what a play that was to go up and make that catch and still stick it in for the touchdown.
Lining up for the point after. Here's the kick. And the point after is good. And now we'll take a quick look at the drive summary. The kick. Jackson has it at the 5. At the 30. He's tackled at the 35. On his last drive, the quarterback completed a pass, but to the other team. Throwing another one could be disastrous to this offense. The Eagles motion to the left side. Setting up play action. Out of bounds, incomplete. They went with a sideline pass, but he couldn't stay in bounds.
And that would have been a spectacular catch if he'd been able to come up with that one, just thrown a little bit too far outside.
Here we go. 5.
Looking to throw. Makes the throw out to his left. And the defender intercepts it. At the 30. Let's go down to the field and see who the flag's going to be on.
Pass interference. Defense.
And they say the defender made contact with the receiver too early.
But the defender can't go through the offensive player on the way to the ball, and that's what happened there.
Little handoff. He's brought down at the 47-yard line. 3 yards on the run. Ace backfield this time. Hands it off. Brought down at about the 47-yard line. They get 5 yards on the play, and that makes it 3rd down. I don't think there's any question as to how this offense wants to pick up this 1st down. Short throw to the left. Goes out of bounds at the 43-yard line. Great job to haul in that 1st down pass.
This team is just so good at executing those short, quick passes and picking up 1st downs and keeping drives alive.
Come on, baby. No, you're good, you're good.
Here's the give. And they get him at the 40. A pickup of 4. That'll bring up 2nd down. 2nd down, 6 yards to go. Ball on the 40-yard line. And they'll line this one up with 2 tight ends. They'll give it off here. Brought down at the 35. 4-yard gain, and so it'll be 3rd down. They line up in a one-back set. 3rd and short, and they'll throw for it. Throws while on the run. And he made a great open field tackle.
You know, Donovan McNabb is really becoming much more of the classic drop-back passer. Early in his career, he was a tremendous runner, wanted to get out, but now more and more you're seeing him reading the defenses, making the clever little throws, and is so difficult to defend for a defense because he can still come busting out of there on the run.
A good play to the tight end that time.
And tight ends are so big that as coverage people, it's tough to figure out how to defend them. If you're on their left side, they throw it to their right side. If you're behind them, they throw it in front. Tight ends are tough to cover.
Let's get it. Come on, D, let's get off the field now. What we got? Walk the hard count. It's on 3.
They give it to the tailback. He's brought down at the 1. That's a 2-yard gain.
Tom, that was a run blitz on that play. They brought the middle linebacker effectively, filling all the gaps, and there was simply nowhere for the running back to go.
Again with the carry. And he will lose yardage on the play. That safety just came flying in there to make the tackle.
It is just so difficult for offensive lines to account for the safety. Typically, that's the one free runner that you have, And if you have a top-flight safety back there that can come in and make those kinds of plays, it really helps your run defense.
End zone. Tipped ball intercepted. And the defense just picked up their second interception of the half.
Well, they're reading the quarterback's eyes, and anytime as a quarterback you look too long in one direction or at one wide receiver, the defense is just going to break on the ball, and they've been taking advantage today.
Garcia is back in the gun.
Here we go, here we go. 190, 190.
Drops back on first down. Pass is complete. Short pattern results in a completion for the offense.
You know, that's not one of those plays that's a huge gain by any means, but that's really the essence of an offensive game plan. You have to start hitting some of those short intermediate routes, and that begins to open everything else up.
Looking to throw. Gets the ball away. Oh, you gotta catch that. Graham was his intended target on that one, but they can't complete the pass. Third down, 3 to go.
Let's roll, let's roll.
Out of the I formation.
Here we go, here we go. Base, 190, 190. Stop. Kings left. Here comes what?
Garcia hands off. And it looked short from up here. So they tried to push it ahead, but the defense stopped them short of the first down.
Looked like one of those old-fashioned rugby scrums there. A lot of big bodies piled together and nowhere for the running back to go.
Jackson fields it at the 29. And they get him right around the 40-yard line. It'll be interesting to see how this quarterback reacts after throwing an interception on his last drive. McNabb comes up to the line. 3 wide receivers split out wide. He drops back. Looking for an open man. Brought down at the 49-yard line. A gain of 9 yards on the play. That'll make it second down. Philadelphia changing their play. Drops back. Looks right. Throw. Barber gets his hand on it. Third down coming up after that incomplete pass. Third down and a yard. Ball on the 49-yard line. Westbrook lines up as the deep back. I formation. On play action. Throws it short. Out of bounds at midfield. That completion won't amount to much, and they'll wind up short of the first on the play.
Very disappointing for an offense to get a completion and not get the first down. The receiver's job there is to make somebody miss. Clearly have to give the defense credit there. They won.
He punts it. Goes into the end zone for a touchback. They couldn't do anything against this defense on their last drive, and they were forced to punt. Garcia is under center. They'll come out in an I.
Tiger, Tiger. Get off, baby, get off.
He drops back. He needs to make a decision. And it's caught. And they get him at the 26-yard line. An impressive first half for the quarterback.
You know, I know there are a lot of people out there who like to watch defensive football games. Not me. I like to watch a guy throw it around like this. This quarterback's hot, and he knows it.
And it's completed. At the 40, to the 20, to the 10. Into the end zone for a touchdown. He hauled in that long pass for a touchdown.
What are you going to do? How do you defend that? That's just perfectly executed between a hot quarterback and a pretty good receiver.
Point after is good. He kicks it off. Gathered at the 6. They get him at the 31. Once again, we'll take this opportunity to remind you that this game is brought to you by the fine folks at EA Sports. McNabb lines up in the shotgun formation.
5v5. 5v5. Blue 55. Let's get it. Set. Let's go. Set.
Short pass. He's dropped around the 38-yard line. Just a short, efficient throw that time.
Yeah, a true sign of patience on the offensive side. You let the play develop. You find the open receiver. Maybe he takes a look down the field. It's not there. Just go ahead and take that safe throw.
That pass is good for a first down.
And he had some zip on that one, didn't he? He reared back and threw that one about as hard as he could.
5v5.
The Eagles call for a timeout, and now they have no timeouts remaining. From their own 42-yard line.
Let's go. Come on.
Back to pass. Looking for a receiver. There for the reception. He's tackled at the 45. It's completed, but the defense appeared to be waiting for it. Not much there at all.
That's part speed and part anticipation by this defensive unit. They're always in great position, and you'll rarely see them get burned on passes like that.
Passes the line. And they get him at the 47-yard line. And as we head to halftime, score is 23-14. Not a bad kick. Taken from the 3-yard line. Drilled at the 28-yard line. So as the offense heads back onto the field, we'll take this time to remind you that our game is brought to you by EA Sports. If it's in the game, it's in the game. Garcia back to throw. He's dropped. What happened to the protection on that one, Chris?
Yeah, that was a great job getting past the offensive line and getting to the quarterback. It's one thing when you blitz is that you create one-on-one matchups up front, and that time the defensive end able to take advantage.
Garcia dropping back. He throws right. He didn't get back to the line, and they'll lose a yard on the play.
He just couldn't make anything happen after he brought it in. Good job by the defense.
Philadelphia comes out defensively with 6 defensive backs. He drops back. Fires it out. Tackled at the 29-yard line. Despite the great effort, it will still bring up 4th. It's 4th down. Looks like they're going to put it away here. The Eagles have everyone on the line. Looks like they're coming after this one. He punts it. Jackson takes it at the 32. He's brought down at the 46-yard line. That guy just showed off some pretty good skills on that return.
I thought for sure he was taking that one back to the house. You know, anytime you get a guy with that kind of skill level in the open field with a little room to run, good things are going to happen.
McNabb looking to throw. He needs to get the pass off. Completed. He's tackled at the 48-yard line. He was lucky to get that one off. He was under a lot of pressure in the pocket.
Just a simple throw and catch for a gain of 6. That's just the kind of passing play that this offense is built around.
He's looking to throw. He throws short. Brought down at the 27-yard line. Nice job by the quarterback to hit the tight end for a decent gain.
You know, tight ends may not come up with those real explosive plays down the field all the time, but they sure are a nice target for the quarterback.
It's 1st and 10. Only one man back. He fakes it. He didn't get his feet set as he threw. Barber knocks it away. Brown was his intended target on that one, but they can't complete the pass. Second down now with 10 to go. Ball on the 27-yard line. McNabb lines up under center. I formation this time.
5. Game, 22 press. Game, fans.
They'll give it off here. He's brought down at the 23-yard line. Just about 3 yards there. That'll bring up third down. They line up at the 23. Westbrook lines up as the single back. The Eagles motion to the left side. He fakes it. And the defender intercepts it. So the defense just picked off their third pass today.
You know, one of the really misleading stats in football is completion yards. If you're throwing it up and down the field but turning it over, it just doesn't matter. You have to maintain possession of the ball.
From their own 11-yard line. Garcia is under center. 2 backs in the eye.
Reload. 190. Let's go, guys. Come on. Hey, watch this, man.
And they get him at the 13. The running back gains 2 yards on the carry.
Boy, he just took a shot on that one. As a running back, the last thing in the world you want is a short gain and a big hit.
Here we go. 390.
Graham takes the handoff. Stiff arms, and he's brought down. Graham gets 6 yards on the play. Third down, a couple of yards for the first. Ball on their own 20. Tampa Bay at a 4-wide set.
190. Turn the ball over. Come on, lock him down. Come on, D.
Fakes to the back. It's completed. He's tackled at the 29-yard line. He ran a clean route, and the quarterback got it to him with a good pass. First down.
And you can tell there's a lot of confidence between these two guys. The quarterback has faith in these tough situations to go to that receiver and make big plays.
Here's the halfback. He's brought down at the 31. They get 2 yards.
And Tom, that was because the defense filled up all the gaps. The back was looking for somewhere to run, but by bringing the run blitz, they took away all the holes and stopped them for a minimal gain.
Hey, you get ready to play some D, baby. Hey,
Again, he'll get the call. Brought down behind the line. No one picked up the linebacker, and it cost them.
And when your defensive line can handle their guys up front and not allow the offensive linemen to get down on the linebackers, it really gives those linebackers a chance to look great.
Looks to pass. Rolls right. Right through his hands. He almost had the pick. And the pass will fall incomplete. Fourth down coming up.
And those are the kind of big third down plays you have to have on defense to get the ball back and give your team a chance on offense.
Bidwell punts it, and he kicked this one pretty well. Jackson takes it at the 25. He's dropped at the 43-yard line. The quarterback leads his offense back onto the field after turning it over on their last drive. Westbrook, the lone back. They hand it off. Tackled at the 44-yard line.
You know, Brian Westbrook's one of those guys that's always played with a little bit of a chip on his shoulder. When he was drafted, he was too small. He would be a third down back. He couldn't do this. He couldn't do that. And yet he has proven in his career to be a very complete player and totally unafraid, despite his size, a tough blocker and a tough inside runner.
The offensive line didn't get much of a push on that play, and the runner was stuffed.
Well, that's what happens when defensively you get every gap covered. There is simply nowhere to go with the football. No chance for the running back that time.
5.
They hand it off again. And they get him at the 39-yard line. They get around 5 yards from the halfback. From the 39-yard line. Westbrook is the deep back as they line up in the I. McNabb calls for motion left. Drops back. Passes it. And he makes the one-handed grab. He's tackled around the 28-yard line. Excellent pass by the quarterback on that play.
I'm really enjoying watching the timing between this receiver and the quarterback. We're seeing a well-schooled offense now going to work.
Hands it off. He's going to be tackled for a loss. Loss of a yard. That brings up second down. 2nd and 11. The Eagles go with the I formation. The pocket is collapsing. Brought down at the 25. That reception is good for a gain of 4.
Good job by the offense that time. Really nothing there down the field. He just takes a little completion and keeps moving the ball.
From the gun.
5.
Hand off to the fullback. Tackled at about the 21. Got a couple, but will still be short of the mark.
Great play by the defense. You always hear coaches talking about whoever gets lower. Get your pad level lower than the offensive lineman. That time this defensive line did exactly that.
He's got it. Nice work putting that one right through the uprights. Here's a quick look at the drive summary. The kick. Fielded at the 4. Dropped at the 23. Let's see if the offense can put something together on this drive. The offense will take over at the 23-yard line. The Buccaneers come out with the offset I. Askew gets the ball. And they get him at the 26-yard line. Just about a 3-yard gain, and that will bring up second down. The Eagles bring in the nickel package.
Let's go, D. Here we go. 398. 398. Left. To that. Regular.
Garcia will look to pass. Throws a bullet. He's dropped around the 36-yard line. That pass put him over 300 yards for the game.
And what's really impressed me has been his accuracy. He's been squeezing the ball into some tight situations all game. His accuracy has just been tremendous.
Let's go. We're up. Come on, let's go.
Drops back to pass. Passes to his left. He makes a great open field tackle. Gain of 5 through the air.
He'll take plays like that all day long.
They line up in a one-back set.
Here we go.
He's hammered in the backfield. That defensive lineman just seems to have a knack for finding the ball carrier.
You know, listen, I would never want to block a defensive lineman. So, I've seen these guys. I know these guys. They're big and they're nasty. But at least from an offensive standpoint, you have to try to get in their way.
He drops back. Gets it off. He's brought down at the 46-yard line. And that one was completed for a solid gain.
Solid gain, yes, but no first down on that play. So now it's going to bring up a decision on the part of the offense. Defensively, I think they executed that one exactly the way they wanted to.
Bidwell will punt it, and he absolutely boomed it. And they'll down it at the 1. He did everything that was asked of him on that punt.
Yeah, that was a great job. He kept it in the field of play. It was downed inside his opponent's territory. All the return man really could do in that situation is just get out of the way.
Come on, D, let's get off the field now.
They keep it on the ground with the tailback. Brought down around the 1-yard line. A gain of a yard, if anything, on the run. Offense sets up deep inside their own territory. Ball on the 1-yard line.
Roger.
5.
Hey, no.
5. Left.
Short throw to the left. That was close. He barely got out of his own end zone. Loss of a yard on the play.
That play was really all about defensive pursuit. They saw the ball thrown. They got there quickly for a loss on the play.
Big set this time with 2 tight ends. There's a play fake. Short pass to his left. It's a fumble. He scoops it up. That was a huge turnover.
What a tremendous play by the defense. You really began to get the feeling this offense was getting something going. They stripped the football out of there and kill the drive, kill the momentum.
They'll set up inside the 5. 3 yards for the touchdown.
Here we go, Tiger. 398. Stop. Here we go, baby. Come on. Hey, let's go. Yo.
Graham on the run. And he scores. What a play. Graham takes that one in on the ground. They're lining it up for the point after. Extra point is good. Great kick here. He'll take it from the 2. Jackson fumbled. Davis recovered it. And a costly fumble.
He was hit hard on that one, but you have to expect that on kick returns because you have guys flying 100 miles per hour in both directions.
He's changing things up. Graham gets the ball. He's dropped at about the 19-yard line, around 2 yards there on the delayed handoff. They line up at the 20. The backfield is in the offset I formation.
Here we go. 398.
Let's go right.
Play fake. Gets the pass out. Pass is off target. He really just rifled that last pass.
And it just goes to show that arm strength isn't everything. Accuracy and touch is something that is so important for a quarterback.
Looking to throw. Throws it short. That one could have easily been intercepted.
As a quarterback, you have to go through your reads. That was his first look on that play, and he shouldn't have stayed with it that long. That was a bad decision.
The kick is up. And it's good. He makes that one pretty easily and puts it through for 3 points. Gets a good kick here. From his own goal line. Dropped at the 26-yard line. So before the offense hits the field, let's take the time to let you know that our game is brought to you by EA Sports. The Eagles line up with an offset I backfield.
5.
Here's the give. Hit and dropped behind the line. He was caught with nowhere to go.
This is a pretty good running back, and if you can hem him up like that, pretty impressive.
McNabb lines up in the shotgun.
What did he? What did he?
McNabb hands it left. What a brutal hit. Buckhalter picks up 2 yards with the carry.
Man, oh man, that's what those defensive guys live for right there. A shot like that, and then they always get up and have a little something to say to you as you're going back to the huddle.
Come on, G. Come on, man.
He drops back. Looks for a man open. Passes to his left. And they get him at the 30. And for as good of a catch as that was, this offense now has to deal with a 4th down. 4th down. The Eagles are lining up to punt it away. Punts it. And they make the fair catch. The offense was only able to muster a field goal on their last drive. We'll see what they do with this possession. Garcia comes to the line under center. 2 backs in the eye. Looking to throw. Comes down with it. Huge hit. And not a whole lot of yardage gained on that one, Chris.
And that's one of those plays where you leave it up to the receiver to make yardage after the catch is made. When he can't find his way into open space, you'll see plays like that.
It's the tailback. He's brought down around the 34-yard line. The ball carrier gives them 6 yards on the ground. Garcia is lined up under center. He has 2 tight ends. On play action, strong throw, intercepted. He is hit hard on the play. Well, he looked like he was in the right place at the right time.
Unless you're the quarterback, then he was in the wrong place at the wrong time.
Hands it to the back. Gains his way to the 20-yard line. This running back just showed off some nice ability there.
Yeah, the offensive line did their job. They created enough of a seam to get him up into the secondary, and then he was able to explode from there.
Let's go, y'all. Let's go.
Westbrook gets the carry. He's tackled at about the 15-yard line. Westbrook picks up about 4 yards on the play. Philadelphia comes out with an I formation. Little handoff. Brought down at the 12. Westbrook gets 3 yards on the play.
That was a big shot right there. You talk about getting your bell rung. That was the Liberty Bell ringing that time.
There's a play fake. They picked it off. So they come up with another interception.
This is about the time where the quarterback comes walking off the field and one of his own defensive players will look at him and go, you want to try and throw one to our guys for once?
They'll throw on 1st down. Short throw to the left. What an open field tackle. Pretty nice read on that play to find the open man.
Yeah, the two of them really have been working hard, building a rapport in practice, and now you're starting to see some of those results out here on the field.
Here we go. 190. 190. Come on. Man, play 3, man.
And that's the end of the 3rd quarter. Our score in this one is the Buccaneers 33, the Eagles 17. It's 2nd and 6 coming up. Ball on the 12-yard line.
Alert, run. Here we go. Let's go, baby. Get the ball out. 390. What you doing? 390. Real. Lou.
It's the fullback. And he makes it out to about the 14-yard line. Gain of 2, and so it'll be 3rd down. The Eagles line up with a quarter defense. There are 7 defensive backs on the field. Looks to pass. Rifles it to the middle. And they get him at the 31. And a nice pickup there.
Nice play that time. The defense came with the blitz there. He made a good read, delivered a nice ball in there to the open man.
Here we go. Tennessee, Tennessee.
Here's the give. Tackled at the 35. Graham comes away with 5 yards on the carry. Second down and 5. Ball on the 35. The Buccaneers line up with an offset eye backfield.
Here we go, here we go. 190, 190. Let's get it. We need that rock. Let's go. Get out.
They'll give it off here. He gets out to about the 38-yard line. They get 3 yards on the play.
And that's why you send all those guys to plug up the holes, and that time there were no holes, really, and he was lucky to get anything on the play.
Askew moves in motion. And they drop him for the sack. Good job there by the end to get in there for the sack.
Man, I'm really impressed by that guy out there. You know, you try to single block him, you can't. You try and double team him, you still can't block him. There are some guys in the league that are just too good.
He punts it. Jackson fields it at the 31. He really didn't have any room to work on that punt return.
Boy, he hardly had any room to do anything there. They've got to come up with a better scheme or some better blockers or something. This guy's a good punt returner. He's just not getting any help at all from his teammates.
McNabb drops back. On the run, he throws it. He's dropped around the 46-yard line. And this receiver just loves it when the defense is in man covering.
Yeah, there's no better feeling than when you're coming off the ball and you know it's just you and the guy across from you. That's just good old-fashioned football, but you also know typically when you get man coverage, your quarterback is under pressure.
And they get him at the 49-yard line. And the halfback carries for a pickup of 3. Philadelphia comes out with 3 receivers in a single back formation. Looking to throw. Rifles it to the left. It's tipped. And it's batted away at the last minute by the defender.
Just when it looked like the quarterback might sneak that one in there, a late pass defense and a good play.
Looks to pass. The pass rush gets there, and he's down. Perfect time to send in the extra pass rusher on that play, Chris. They timed the blitz perfectly.
Effective blitzing can really destroy an offensive game plan because you're so used to having time to develop plays down the field. Now you come with a good blitz, and the quarterback just doesn't have time to get it off.
Hilliard fields it at the 17. He's tackled at the 36-yard line. Once again, we'll take this opportunity to remind you that this game is brought to you by the fine folks at EA Sports. Graham is the deep back as they line up in the eye.
Here we go, here we go. 190, 190. Let's turn the ball over. Let's get off. Get out.
They hand it off. And he makes it out to about the 37-yard line. That looks like a 1-yard gain.
And they really ran right into the blitz. That's a time that a veteran quarterback should have changed the play at the line of scrimmage. You could see the blitz coming. He didn't audible and only came away with a short gain.
The halfback with the carry. He'll be brought down behind the line of scrimmage. They didn't find any success on the delay.
Well, the halfback delay is really one of those plays that you're dependent upon the defensive lineman really believing it's a pass and trying to attack the quarterback. That time, those defensive linemen, They didn't believe.
They will be short. Their defense did the job on that series.
Yeah, nice job by the defense there, but offensively, now you have to begin to wonder just a little bit. They go back to the sideline, and you start questioning the play calling to some degree.
He punts it. From the 15. Tackled at the 18-yard line. He got everything he could, but there really wasn't much there.
No question about it. He needs a little more help out of his blockers than he got right there. This is a dangerous guy, and if he can get in some open space, he can create some problems for you, but just no space to be found there.
Past the line. He's dropped right around the 28-yard line. And that was a really nice run by the quarterback.
Yeah, I didn't realize he was quite that quick, but he found a seam, was able to get upfield for a nice gain. You know, if he keeps making plays like that, you might have to see a spy defensively to shut him down.
Play action. There for the catch. And they get him around the 34-yard line. Westbrook gains a handful of yards on that reception. From their own 34-yard line. McNabb with 4 wide receivers.
What did he? Set. All right. You got it. Let's go.
Drops back to pass. Short pass to his left. Steps out at the 42. He shows no hesitation and gets it in there to get the first down.
Yeah, you wouldn't hesitate either if you were standing back there in the pocket. I say the heck with it. Get it out of there fast. Let somebody else handle it for a little while.
255.
Smith goes in motion to the left. He looks to throw on first down. He's there for the catch. Tackled around the 43-yard line. Another completed pass puts him over the 300-yard mark.
And you know, this guy just loves to play football. I really like talking to him before the game. You can hear the passion in his voice. And when you have a leader that has that kind of passion and that kind of emotion, it's just so much easier to play the game.
He's dropped at the 30. A good amount of yards that time on the pass.
And running backs who are good receivers are pretty rare. You know, a lot of times those guys, they come out and they're good running the football, but they don't make the kind of plays in the passing game. This guy can clearly do both.
There's a play fake. Looks left. Throws. And he's decleated at the 18-yard line. And a nice pass to the tight end.
So much of the game today revolves around those substitution packages, trying to bring extra defensive backs on the field to try and help against the pass. But when you have a big receiving tight end, that really makes that plan awfully tough to execute.
The defense comes up with a loose ball. And a great job by the defense to recover the fumble.
And for a ball carrier, the #1 fastest way to land on the bench is to cough one up like that. That is just not good.
Drops back to pass. Huge pressure by the defense. And they get him at the 35. You know, Chris, the tight end can be used as such a weapon in the passing game.
And I always find it surprising that tight ends typically don't get drafted very high. But when you think about the skill set, they have to be able to block like a tackle and catch like a wide receiver.
Nice play fake. And he catches it with no one around. To the 20, to the 10. He's in for the score. Garcia puts the ball right where he was able to come down with it for the score. So they're ready for the extra point. The kick is up. Point after is good. So with over 7 minutes left here in the fourth quarter, our score, the Buccaneers 40, the Eagles 17. Hit and dropped at the 29-yard line. So as the offense heads back onto the field, we'll take this time to remind you that our game is brought to you by EA Sports. If it's in the game, it's in the game. Pitch right. And he will lose yardage on the play. Nothing doing. They stop him for a loss.
And I really like the discipline of this defense. You never see these guys trying to do too much. They control their gaps, and that time there was nowhere to go.
Looking to throw. He needs to make a decision. How can you drop that? Westbrook was the intended receiver, and he can't bring it in. Third down, 12 yards to the first. The Buccaneers line up with a nickelback. Drops back, throws on the run. Tackled at the 37. The third down pass got them good yardage, but not quite enough to convert.
Yeah, that was a tough third down situation. They got the good completion, a good gain on the play, but probably asking too much out of the receiver to try and break that many tackles to pick up that first down.
Throws it short, and he's out of bounds, incomplete. They'll start this drive at the 37. It's 1st and 10. The Buccaneers come out in a single back formation. He's changing things up. He drops back. Here's the throw. It's dropped. Probably not the best place to try to squeeze the ball into.
Yeah, I think he would have needed a jackhammer to get that one in there. That was tight coverage.
Graham lines up as the single back. Garcia back to throw. Gets the pass away. He's dropped around the 31-yard line. Good pocket presence shown as the quarterback was able to get rid of it just before the pressure got to him.
Just keeps the ball moving down the field. 6-yard gain and a little progress.
Back to throw. Dumps it out right. He's pushed out at the 29-yard line. They complete the pass, but it won't be enough for the first.
Yeah, that's one of those balls that looks good in the stats for the quarterback because he gets a completion, but for this offense, it's going to bring up 4th down. Huge play defensively to make that stop.
The set down. The kick is up. It's got the distance. The coaching staff won't be very happy after that miss. They brought him in for the specific purpose of making those kinds of kicks, and a few more of those misses, he might want to start looking to pack up his house because he might just be out of a job. And the score remains the Buccaneers 40, the Eagles 17. Drops back on 1st down. Short throw to the right. With the catch. He gets knocked out of bounds at the 44-yard line. Pretty risky throw that time, but it worked, so you won't see many complaints.
Probably the most dangerous throw in football right there. Anytime you see the quarterback throwing across his body like that, back into coverage, when it works, you go, boy, that looks pretty and that's easy to do, and you're always tempted to do it. But how many times have we seen a ball like that picked off?
That's the arm strength we've been talking about all week.
And you know the amazing thing about this guy, we all talk about his arm strength, but did you see how fluid that delivery was? He didn't even look like he was trying to throw it hard.
Gives to the back. Tackled at the 39-yard line. Westbrook gains about a yard on the play. They line up at the 39. The Eagles come out with the offset eye. Back to throw. Strong throw to his right. Brought down at the 26-yard line. Everything seemed to work perfectly on that one.
And that's a pattern that this team likes to run. You know they've been studying that all week on film, and yet they still can't stop it.
Westbrook gets it on the inside, and they get him around the 25-yard line. Westbrook picks up 2 yards with the carry. They line up in the shotgun, 3 wide.
What do you need? What do you need? Keep your eyes open. Come on, let's go. Come on now.
Looks to pass. Throws to his right. Barber bats it down. They can't hook up on the pass. Now the offense will be facing 3rd down. Here's a 3rd and 8 situation. The Buccaneers bring in the nickel package.
Here we go. Buy me 5. Buy me 5. There you go, G. Crisscross.
He's looking to throw. Makes the short throw. Brings it in. Hit hard at the 22. Still not quite enough, however. They'll still be facing 4th down. The backfield is in the offset I formation. Play fake. Tipped it away. They'll start this drive at the 22-yard line. Graham lines up as the deep back, I formation.
Here we go. Now stay there. Move up. Screen here, Twan. Screen.
Graham on the run. He fights forward to about the 23. The halfback picks up a yard. 2nd and 9. Ball on the 23. Offset I formation in the backfield.
Here we go. Come on. 3-9-8. Come on. Watch the switch.
Come on. Little hustle.
Overload. 3-7 out.
Over. Catch it.
You got that? Hey, I'm wide. Watch the run.
Bang.
No. Go. Green, 2 man. Buffalo.
Watch the run now.
No, you're good.
Again with the run. He lost yardage on the play. Nice stop on that play.
Yeah, great defense at the point of attack, but also very impressive the pursuit to the ball. They were all coming there.
190. Watch the run. 3-7 fullback gap.
Turbo, Simba, peel one finger.
Don't lose your butt. Roger. Yeah, 56. Now.
No, stay low.
Hey, inside. Left.
2 minutes left in the ball game.
Alert. I can dig. Hey, come on, man. Come on, baby. You got it.
They line up at the 22.
Who's left? Hey, watch this, man.
Let's go, G.
3-9-8. There's your lane.
Let's go. Come on.
Smith motioning to the left.
Come on. Hey, let's go.
Little handoff. He gets out to about the 25-yard line, and they get no push for the offensive line.
Oh, yeah, they did. They were all moonwalking on that play. They were pushing. They were just pushing and going backwards.
Jackson fields it at the 35. And that wasn't a very impressive return on that one.
Well, at least he got a few yards on that play. You'd expect a little bit more out of a return man, but I'm not so sure if the kick coverage was so good or the return was not so good, but either way, a little short gain on that one.
He's looking to throw under heavy pressure. Makes the catch. Nice pass and catch on that play that gets him a lot closer.
Yep, and that's really just the way they drew that one up. You take what the defense gives, looking to move the ball efficiently downfield with intermediate passes.
Looking to throw. He passes short. And he should have had that one. A great play by the defense to knock the ball away.
And these defenders have been close all day. You better be careful if you're the quarterback. One of those is going to turn into an interception.
Smith comes in motion. He fakes it. Makes the grab. He's brought down at the 45. A good play fake that time.
It really was. I didn't see it. I thought it was a run play. He pulled it out of there and came up with a nice gain.
McNabb sends a man in motion. He's looking to throw. He throws on the run. He's tackled at the 36-yard line. Another solid gain through the air by the quarterback. He's up over 400 yards now.
And you can almost see the smoke coming out of the back of the ball when he throws it. This guy has plenty of velocity. We talked to some of the receivers and sort of joking around about, oh, come on, you can catch the ball. You got the gloves. You got all the stuff. And one of them laughed and said, hey, you try it. This guy brings it.
Big-time play by this defense.
And wide receivers are so used to making jukes and moves out there, and sometimes they just get loose with the football. That one's stripped away, and that's a big play.
And he'll just kneel it here. Second down now, 12 to go. Ball on the 47-yard line. And that will be the conclusion of this game. Our final score is the Buccaneers 40, the Eagles 17.
Continuing coverage of the National Football League. And we're just about ready to get this one started. And now to Tom Hammond and Chris Collinsworth for the game. Tom?
We couldn't have asked for a better day for football as we get ready for today's game. Welcome, everyone. Tom Hammond and Chris Collinsworth here with a call. Taken from the 3-yard line. Kicker looks ready to get this one started. Let's head down to the field for the opening kickoff. I'm sure they'd like to come away with some points as they take the field for the first time. McNabb lines up under center. 3 receivers are split out wide. Drops back to pass. Defense closing in. He's dropped right around the 32-yard line. Nice pass and catch on that play that gets him a lot closer.
Yep, and that's really just the way they drew that one up. You take what the defense gives, looking to move the ball efficiently downfield with intermediate passes.
He drops back to pass. Crosses the line. He's brought down right around the 34-yard line. So the quarterback scrambles for about 2 yards on the play. Westbrook lines up as the single back. Back to throw. And they're coming after him. Brought down behind the line. Despite the great effort, it will still bring up 4th. Fourth down. Looks like they'll kick it away here. Roca is the punter. He gets it away. He's tackled around the 33-yard line. And that return should set this offense up nicely.
He did a good job there, finding a seam and getting up the field. You know, a lot of people don't realize that being a punt returner or a kick returner is one of the toughest jobs in the NFL. There's a whole lot of things that could go wrong, and only a few that can really go right.
Leinart on first down. Surveys the field. Pass completed. Tackled at the 46-yard line. Good gain on the pass to the running back.
It's tough to pay too much attention to a running back in the passing game because at least half the time they're staying in the block. So when they do slip out, occasionally they can hit you for a big play.
It's 1st and 10. Ball on the 46-yard line. The defense is in the nickel. On the ground with a tailback. And they get him right around the 42-yard line. 3 yards there. That'll bring up 2nd down. They line up at the 43. They line up with 1 running back in the backfield, 3 wide. He fights forward to about the 43. I'd say he got 1 or 2 feet on that drop.
And that's why you send all those guys to plug up the holes, and that time there were no holes, really, and he was lucky to get anything on the play.
Drops back to pass. Rifles it left. He's tackled at the 30. You can tell these guys practice that play quite a bit.
Yeah, I can remember hearing stories about old-time players in the NFL that literally they could go out in the pitch black and make throws and catches without really even seeing the ball. That's the kind of timing we're seeing today.
He fakes it, throws it out, makes the catch. Brought down around the 11-yard line. A good play fake that time.
It really was. I didn't see it. I thought it was a run play. He pulled it out of there and came up with a nice gain.
For the first time today, we'll get to see how this defense responds when they're backed up into the red zone. They keep it on the ground with the tailback. What a shot! He picks up 4 yards on the carry. They'll need 7 for the score. Offset I formation in the backfield. He'll get it again. Tackled at the 5-yard line. 3 yards there.
Well, that was the perfect time for them to call a blitz. They got in there, filled up all the gaps, brought down the running back for a short gain.
Arizona is going with the offset I backfield. Setting up play action. Looks for a man open. He gets in for 6.
Well, that's just classic Larry Fitzgerald right there. He is bigger, stronger, better jumper, more physical, unafraid, talented guy, and he scores touchdowns. I love watching this guy play.
They're lining it up for the point after. The kick is up. Point after is good. And we'll take a quick look at the drive summary. Kicks it off. Brought down at the 23-yard line. Their last drive ended with a 3-and-out. McNabb is in the shotgun. He has 3 receivers split out wide. Drops back on 1st down. Looking for a receiver. Is there for the catch. And he just couldn't get it going after making the catch.
Nope, and sometimes as a receiver, the quarterback will make the wrong read and throw it to you anyway, and you give them that look going back to the huddle. You know that look?
They hand it off. And they get him at the 33-yard line. About 8 yards there, and that makes it 3rd down. Westbrook lines up as the deep back, I formation. 3rd and short, and they'll throw for it. Catch is made. Hit hard at the 48-yard line. These days, you need a back who has good hands.
Yeah, running backs today have to be really complete players. You mentioned the fact they have to be able to catch the football and make plays on the outside, but blocking is so key as well. You have to be able to do it all if you're going to be playing halfback in the NFL.
McNabb back to throw. Short throw to the left. Goes out of bounds at the 41-yard line. Westbrook gains 7 yards with the catch. It's 2nd and 3. Ball on the 41. They line up in an I.
Let's go. Here we go.
5.
Play. Hit him in the mouth. Come on, D.
Knocked out of bounds at the 40. Just a yard there. That'll bring up 3rd down. Offset I formation in the backfield.
Base.
5.
Hey, never quit.
5.
Tango off the top. What?
Set.
Left.
Set.
They'll throw for the first. He throws left. Brings this one in. That short little dump off is enough to move the chain.
And that's probably the biggest difference I've seen in the NFL. It used to be some of those 3rd and short situations were more of rundowns. Now in the NFL, almost exclusively passing downs.
McNabb is looking to stay perfect on this drive. Still good on the drive. Brought down around the 13-yard line. They get a nice gain there.
And what do you do when you're trying to cover a guy with that kind of speed? You have to back off of him. You have to respect his speed, and then he can do just about anything to you.
Again, he'll get the call. He gets out to about the 12-yard line. I'd say he got 1 or 2 feet on that drive, and that will bring up 2nd down. Westbrook is the deep back as they line up in the I.
What did he?
Lou. Goes right.
Set.
Watch the fake.
He throws right. Caught out of bounds, incomplete. He couldn't get 2 feet in on that one.
Well, that's something receivers work on all the time, dragging that back toe, just unable to do it that time.
McNabb lines up in the shotgun. 4-wide formation.
5.
Let's go. Now.
Drops back. Looking for an open man. And it's picked. They collide in the air. How about that defensive play?
We hear so much about quarterbacks giving their receivers a chance to make a play on the ball. Much more today than they did 20, 30 years ago. Quarterbacks will throw the thing up for grabs, give their receiver a chance. That time, though, it got burned.
Drops back on 1st down. Into traffic, and it's picked off. He's dropped at the 42. Nice pick for the safety.
You could see the quarterback that time trying to look the safety off, but this safety is simply too smart. He was having none of it and jumped in front to make the interception.
5.
Drops back to pass. Throws it short. And the receiver has room to run. Gain of 7 through the air on that play.
Nice play there. It's only 7 yards, but that's the kind of underneath throw that eventually opens up some throws down the field.
He needs to get the pass off. Hit him in the hands, but he can't hang on. Brown was the intended receiver on the play, and it falls incomplete. From the gun.
Here we go.
Blue 55. What did he?
Move up. Watch the switch.
And they'll try and get the first through the air. And he caught it. He's tackled at the 19-yard line. And this receiver just loves it when the defense is in man coverage.
Yeah, there's no better feeling than when you're coming off the ball and you know it's just you and the guy across from you. That's just good old-fashioned football, but you also know typically when you get man coverage, your quarterback is under pressure.
Short pass to his left. And they get him around the 12-yard line. strong, accurate throw leads to a pretty good gain.
Now, they didn't pick up the first down that time, but you drop back, you make a good throw like that. Now you're in position to try and pick up this first down.
He needs to get rid of it. Almost picked. And now the offense will be faced with a third down situation. So another third down upcoming for the offense. Single back formation.
Here we go. Let's go. Keep playing. Let's go. Real. Let's go get it.
Under heavy pressure. They finally bring him down, and it's 1st and goal. The defense was looking run, and they threw it for a big gain.
Well, when you have a talented running back like this, you always have to account for him. That time, a nice play-action pass, open it up down the field.
Play fake. He scrambles around. He decides to run. Makes a move, and he's in. Touchdown. He didn't see anyone open, so he just took it in himself.
Even quarterbacks who don't like to run sometimes will take off and run when the smell of that end zone is so close.
The extra point to tie this game up. And the point after is good. And here's your drive summary for that last series. He kicks it. He'll return it from the 6. He breaks the tackle. He's hammered at the 27. Quarterback threw a pick on their last drive. Let's see if he's able to shake it off. Leinart lines up under center. 3 receivers are split out wide. He fakes it. Now he's scrambling. Gets the pass off. And he catches it. Nice little pickup on that pass pattern.
And I really shouldn't feel this way, but I get a little nervous every time this guy goes up to make a catch, because he's had a little bit of a history of dropping some balls. But today, doing a nice job hanging on and a big play there.
Leinart drops back to pass. Rifles this one out to the left. Oh my, the quarterback is lucky that one wasn't intercepted.
Yeah, you try and fit some of those into some tight holes, and every once in a while, you're going to get one pick. But that was a pretty good play by the defense.
James takes the handoff. Makes a cut, and he will be hit and dropped. And he pushes ahead for the first down.
I like that call there. Put the ball in the hands of one of your playmakers and let them go to work. Not a big gainer there, but it's certainly a big first down.
Rockets it out. Makes the reception. He's dropped at about the 41. Everything seemed to work perfectly on that one.
And that's a pattern that this team likes to run. You know they've been studying that all week on film, and yet they still can't stop it.
Watch the ball. Back up. Listen to it.
James, the ball carrier. He's going to be tackled for a loss. That safety just came flying in there to make the tackle.
It is just so difficult for offensive lines to account for the safety. Typically, that's the one free runner that you have. And if you have a top-flight safety back there that can come in and make those kinds of plays, it really helps your run defense.
Go.
Leinart drops back. Guns it out. He catches another. He's brought down about the 25-yard line. Great pickup for the first on that one.
And really what makes NFL football so special is the ability of these quarterbacks to throw it and these great receivers to catch it. That's just fun to watch.
They'll throw on first down. Pass is complete. No trouble airing it out. That gives him 100 yards already.
Not a bad first quarter, huh? And before the game, this quarterback was telling me his arm felt great in practice all week, so we'll see how he holds up for the remainder of the game.
Stay inside right here.
Looking to throw. Short throw to the right. And it's caught. They bring him down, and it's 1st and goal. What happened there, Chris?
Well, they got caught in man-to-man coverage on that play, and I couldn't tell if the defender slipped a little bit or not. Maybe he just got beat on the play.
Back to pass. Gets the throw off. Gets in for the touchdown. He just makes an easy grab there for 6.
When you have a receiver with that kind of ability, just give him a chance to work one-on-one on the outside. He'll take care of the rest.
Lining up for the point after. And the point after is good. And now we'll take a quick look at the drive summary. The kick. Buckhalter from the 3. At the 30. Brought down at the 32-yard line. If the offense can air it out as effectively as they did on their last drive, it's going to be a long day for everyone on that defense. The defense lines up in a dime.
Come on, D, let's go off the field now. What you doing? Safe. Inside.
He drops back to pass. Oh, and he drops it. The defender was able to get a hand on it.
And really, that came as a result of pretty physical play at the line of scrimmage. They're banging these guys around and not letting them get into their routes.
On play action. Knocked out of bounds at the 43-yard line. The quarterback did a good job of recognizing the coverage and finding the open man.
As a receiver, when you go against a zone defense, it's much more about recognition and knowing where the holes in that zone defense are. That time the receiver executed perfectly and found the open spot.
Less than a yard.
No gain.
The Eagles line up in an I formation. Philadelphia motions left. Back to throw. Off his back foot. Defender gets his hand on it. No completion that time, and it'll bring up 3rd down. From their own 44-yard line. Westbrook, the lone back. Drops back to pass. The pocket is collapsing. The quarterback led the receiver just a little too much.
Yeah, he put a little too much on that pass and forced the receiver to make the catch out of bounds.
Roca kicks it, and man, did he get a leg into this one. He fields the punt at the 13. Tackled at the 33. And they take the field with one thing on their mind, another scoring drive. They'll take over at the 33-yard line. The backfield is in the offset I formation. James on the inside handoff. He's tackled around the 33-yard line. Maybe a yard on the run by the halfback. Arizona comes out with an I formation.
Big play, D. Hey, man, let's go. We need to make a play.
Back to pass. Gets the throw away. At the 40, at the 30, to the 20, to the 10. They'll score. Touchdown. Leinart puts the ball right where he was able to come down with it for the score. And here's the extra point. The kick is up. It's good. Nice kick, plenty of distance. He'll return it from the 1. And he's drilled. What a hit. The defense could do no wrong the last time this team had the ball. They'll go to work at the 28-yard line. Offset I formation in the backfield. Westbrook takes it right side. He doesn't get back to the line. Well, they wind up in reverse that time. Good push by the defense.
And when the defense gets that kind of penetration, it just disrupts everything for an offense. They have to get that guy blocked.
Here we go.
5v5. 5v5. 255.
Looking to throw. The pass rush got him. And that was a huge rush he was facing.
I'm not sure there was much he could do there. I'm not even sure he saw those guys coming. I tell you what, though, if they don't start doing a better job protecting up front, it's going to be a long day for this quarterback.
180. 5v5.
Swim. Let's get it right here.
He drops back to pass. Flips it out short. And they get him right around the 32-yard line. Not a good series for this offense as they go 3 and out. Roca to punt. Kicks it away, and it's a huge punt. He's pushed out at the 42. Their previous 2 trips downfield were a success, and they take the field hoping for a third. We've played a quarter. Score is 21-7. The offense will take over at the 42. Arizona comes out with an I formation. Leinart hands it off. Brought down at the 48-yard line. A 5-yard pickup for the halfback. 2nd and 5. Ball on their own 48. James lines up as the deep back. I formation.
I'm trying to get you over there, baby. Let's go.
Short throw to the left. And the pass is knocked away. Bolden was the intended receiver, but they can't complete the pass. Leinart lines up under center. They'll come out in the single back formation. There's a play fake. Rifles this one out to the right. Knocked away. And the pass will fall incomplete. 4th down coming up.
And those are the kind of big 3rd down plays you have to have on defense to get the ball back and give your team a chance on offense.
Punts it. Down in the end zone for a touchback. The offense takes the field, and we'll see if they can put something together after their last drive ended with a 3 and out. The backfield is in the offset I formation.
5v5.
Play fake. Passes to his left. Steps out around the 23-yard line. Gain of 3 on the play action that time. McNabb lines up under center. 2 backs in the I.
Come on. Watch the spread out.
He fights forward to about the 26. 3 yards on the run. So it's 3rd down now. The offense will need about 4 yards to pick up the first.
Close right. Here we go.
5v5. 25.
Come on now.
255. Right.
Looks to pass. Throws to his left. And he's knocked out at the 36-yard line. A good amount of yards that time on the pass.
And running backs who are good receivers are pretty rare. You know, a lot of times those guys, they come out and they're good running the football, but they don't make the kind of plays in the passing game. This guy can clearly do both.
On the ground with a tailback. He tries to spin, but he's brought down. That's 4 yards on the play. That'll bring up second down. Philadelphia lines up in the offset eye this time.
25.
Roger.
25.
The halfback with the carry. Tackled right around the 42-yard line. Westbrook picks up about 4 yards on the play. Philadelphia sets up in the eye.
What did he?
It's a pass on 3rd and short. And it's completed. Cuts back and he's dropped.
You know, Donovan McNabb is really becoming much more of the classic drop-back passer. Early in his career, he was a tremendous runner, wanted to get out. But now more and more you're seeing him reading the defenses, making the clever little throws, and is so difficult to defend for a defense because he can still come busting out of there on the run.
Wilson bats it down, and the defender breaks up the play.
Just great position that time on the defensive side. The receiver really never had a chance on that one.
Single back formation, 3 wide receivers.
What did he? 255.
Throws right. And they get him at the 22. Good pickup by the receiver.
And we've always talked about this receiver's big play ability. He may not be the fastest guy in the league, but you can tell he wants the ball in his hands in big situations.
25.
Let's get off this field, man.
Nice play fake. Rockets it. There for the reception. Finally make the tackle, and it will be 1st and goal. That one worked pretty well.
It sure did, and I wish all our fans could see what's happening down the field on all our television broadcasts, because so much of the game now is won and lost in the secondary.
All kinds of pressure. He's going to take off. He's brought down at the 2. 5, maybe 6 yards there on the scrambles. They line up at the 2. I formation here.
25.
He's going to run. That's the quarterback's 2nd rushing touchdown today.
You know, he loves to run with the football, and you can't deny that he has exceptional ability while doing that. At some point, people question, though, whether or not he relies on his rushing ability more than he does his passing ability.
And they line up for the extra point. Extra point is good. Here's a quick look at the drive summary. Decent kick. Arrington from the 5. Hit and dropped at the 28-yard line. The defense played exceptionally well the last time this offense had the ball. Leinart is under center. Only one man back here. Gives it off. Hit and drop behind the line. The defense seemed to do everything right there.
And you love to see those linebackers playing downhill like that, not just flowing sideline to sideline, but attacking and trying to get in the backfield.
Let's go, guys. Come on. Let's hit him in the mouth.
Here's the halfback. Tackled around the 28-yard line. Gain of 2.
Very effective call that time by the defensive coordinator, bringing the outside linebacker a terrific way to give your defense some help in stopping the run.
He's looking to throw. Defense closing in. Completed. He's dropped around the 32-yard line. And for as good of a catch as that was, this offense now has to deal with a 4th down. The Cardinals are lining up to punt this one away. Johnson awaits the snap. Gets it away cleanly. Jackson fields it at the 30. I'm sure they would have liked to have gotten a little better return out of him there. Well, their offense was able to move the ball quite a ways to get in for the score the last drive. Now we'll have to see if they can do it again.
Keep working. Keep working.
25. What did he?
Hey, 4 calls. I knew. Yeah, middle. Let's roll.
On the ground with a tailback. They tackle him for a loss. Solid hit with a safety. He'll drop him for a loss.
Well, you know you've got an aggressive safety when he's making tackles for a loss behind the line of scrimmage. Typically, these guys are trying to not give up a big play in the passing game. Now when you see somebody in the backfield, that's impressive.
And they get him at about the 41. That pass is good for a 1st down.
And he had some zip on that one, didn't he? He reared back and threw that one about as hard as he could.
They'll go with the run once again. Tackled at the 49-yard line. Westbrook gets 7 yards on the play. They'll need about 3 yards here on 2nd down. They come out in a nickel.
5.
Rush. Close off. Get off, baby. Get off.
Set.
Hey, we got to watch the ball, y'all.
The defender gets him to the ground. And that was an excellent job to pick up the 1st down.
Those are the kind of runs that really wear a defense down. You just keep pounding it in there. 3 yards, 4 yards, pick up 4 there, and a 1st down.
McNabb looking to throw on 1st down. It's completed. He's dropped around the 40-yard line.
Personal foul, face mask, defense.
And so the defense gives up some yards after the flag.
And I know this is a game of emotion, and if you're not emotional on the football field, you're going to get beat anyway, but you can't let your emotions get away from you.
Back to pass. Here's the pass. It's intercepted. And the safety made a really nice play on the ball to grab that interception.
You know, this safety's known for his big hits, but that time it was his soft hands that made the difference.
Liner will look to throw. Throws while on the run. Samuel gets the interception. And he finds the open field. What a huge turn of events on that one.
Not only was that a tremendous interception, but when he got the ball in his hand, he looked like he knew what to do with it. What a run.
The snap, set down, the kick is up. Up and good. Great kick here. Still moving. They get him at the 27-yard line. So before the offense hits the field, Let's take the time to let you know that our game is brought to you by EA Sports.
Make a play. Get in, team. Alert. Right, goes right.
Looks to pass. Passes to his left. Almost intercepted. Bolden was the intended receiver, but they can't complete the pass. They line up at the 27. Leinert is under center. Only one in the backfield this time. He drops back. Gets the pass away. Comes down with it. Brought down at the 47-yard line. A nice-looking play that time.
Yeah, when you see the blitz, you have to understand your own protections, because if your protection is sliding away from the blitz, you have no choice but to get it out of there to the hot receiver.
Go make this run, baby.
Drops back to pass. Looking for an open man. There for the catch. He's brought down right around the 48-yard line. Pretty nice throw on that play.
And a pretty good catch on the other end, too. That's one of those plays that's quickly becoming one of the staples in this offensive passing attack.
Little handoff. And they get him right around the 42-yard line. That was a pretty nice run to get the first.
And when you can run the ball for first downs, it sets up the play action. Now look for this team to be able to mix it up, and that can be so tough on a defense.
He's looking to throw. Surveys the field. He's there for the catch. Brought down at the 32-yard line. A good play to the tight end that time.
And tight ends are so big that as coverage people, it's tough to figure out how to defend them. If you're on their left side, they throw it to their right side. If you're behind them, they throw it in front. Tight ends are tough to cover.
They'll give it off here. And he will lose yardage on the play. 1 yard loss for the halfback.
That looked painful on that one. And we're talking about the lost art of tackling. Not only was it a big hit, but it was a disciplined hit. Good wrap up, had a way to take him to the ground. Perfect.
Fakes to the back. Short throw. And he's knocked out at the 27-yard line. Pretty good read on that play to find the open man.
And that's an area where he excels. He works his way through his progressions quickly and doesn't hesitate when he sees a receiver break free in coverage.
Looking to throw. He throws it. Can't stay in bounds, incomplete pass. They went with a sideline pass, but he couldn't stay in bounds.
And that would have been a spectacular catch if he'd been able to come up with that one, just thrown a little bit too far outside.
Kick is up, and he got all of this one. He missed it wide right. That's a tough miss. He usually makes those kicks. And after that miss, the score remains the Cardinals 21, the Eagles 21. Run left side. He fights forward to about the 36. Westbrook gets 3 yards on the carry. 2nd and 7 situation here. Ball on the 36-yard line.
Bobby 5. Bobby 5. One's a hard count. Bobby 5. Get him back.
Back to pass. Throws right with the catch. He's dropped right around the 46-yard line.
I think Donovan McNabb can just make you look so bad at times. You know, he has the quick release. He gets the thing out of there. Sometimes he takes off with a run and makes you play sort of a spy situation against him. But then you forget how big an arm he really has. He has the ability to get the ball as far downfield as anybody in this league.
What a hit. I don't think he even saw that guy.
You know, Brian Westbrook was not a high draft pick, and yet he is a guy that has truly delivered in this game. Not only can he run the football outside, he runs inside, he catches the ball great, but I have seen him win multiple games with kick returns. A very complete player and a tough guy.
McNabb will hand it off. He's brought down at the 42. That run picked up a yard, maybe less. That brings up second down. The Eagles come out showing 3 wide.
What did he? 255. We got close one. Let's go. We need to make a play. We need to make a play.
Looks to pass. Throws it. And he should have had that one. A great play by the defense to knock the ball away.
And these defenders have been close all day. You better be careful if you're the quarterback. One of those is going to turn into an interception.
45. Let's go, let's go.
Looking to throw. Dumps it out right. And they get him right around the 38-yard line. They were able to complete the pass on the play, but they'll still end up short of the first down.
And it's really up to the receiver in that situation to try and split the defenders. He has to find a way to duck a shoulder, to roll his head, to do something to, yes, they got the tackle, but they got it while I was still moving forward and able to pick up the first down.
Punts it. This one's going to go out of bounds at the 16-yard line. Not much you can do on the return team there.
Great kick and even better coverage. Boy, it sure makes winning the field position battle a lot easier when you have special teamers like this.
Come on, y'all. Hard count.
Leinart drops back on first down. And he's out of bounds, incomplete. The receiver was out of bounds when he made the catch.
Not a perfectly timed throw that time. Held on to it just a little too long and led the receiver out of bounds.
Let's get off.
Leinart is under center. Only one man back here.
Hey, come on. No. Let's go.
Gives to the back. Dropped behind the line. Nothing doing. They stop him for a loss.
And I really like the discipline of this defense. You never see these guys trying to do too much. They control their gaps, and that time there was nowhere to go.
He drops back to pass. With the pass. Brings it in. And there's 2 minutes remaining in the half. He made the right read on that pass.
Nice play that time by the quarterback. You know, we talk about progressions and going from one receiver to the next, but this quarterback is doing a great job in the pre-snap read, knowing who the first guy will be and getting him the football.
Drops back. Gets rid of the ball. Tackled around the 35-yard line. Pass completed for a gain of 9. That'll bring up second down. Changing the play. He drops back. Passes. And he makes the tall grab. Good yardage that time on the pass.
And how'd you like that throw by the quarterback? A little touch, a little lob in over the top, like an alley-oop in basketball.
The Cardinals changing their play at the line. Leinart drops to throw. Makes the catch. Brought down at the 40.
Personal foul, face mask, defense.
The defense can't keep giving up yards on penalties like this.
Yeah, it's hard enough in the game today with the rule changes to help the offense to stop an offense anyway, but you can't give away yards.
The Cardinals motion to the right side. Drops back on first down. Throws it out. Makes the grab. And they get him at the 12. That's what we were talking about earlier.
You know, when you have an accurate quarterback, you can get away with throws like that. Get it out of your hand quickly, anticipate the throw, and you get the completion.
Really on the march now. That's another 1st and 10. He'll get it again. They'll get in for the touchdown.
How about that little juke in the middle of that move? That's just a one-on-one athletic play that time. That was fun to watch.
And here's the extra point. Set down. The kick is up. Arizona up 7 points. And we'll take a quick look at the drive summary. Excellent kick here. Dropped at the 23-yard line. They couldn't do anything against this defense on their last drive, and they were forced to punt. McNabb is in the shotgun. He has 3 receivers split out wide.
What it is? Hey, never quit, fellas.
Throws it short. Tackled at the 32-yard line. The quarterback's been putting out some good yardage.
And having success early in the game like this frees up your running game because the defenses have to keep defensive backs in coverage, so now there's more space for that running attack.
Their defense is known for creating turnovers, and that was another one right there.
Yeah, I had one coach tell me one time that if you really want to get an attaboy on this defense, you have to strip that ball out and recover it. It's not enough to just get it out.
Drops back. He's under a heavy rush, and he's dragged down for the sack. And that blitz worked to perfection.
As a quarterback, you understand where your protection is and what you can protect. If you can't protect a certain side, you have to throw it hot. That time the quarterback missed the hot read and paid the price.
The defense got the job done on that play.
Really impressive play that time by this defensive line. It wasn't just one guy, but every guy up front just dominating their guy at the point of attack.
Liner drops to throw. Looks for a man open. Hope is the intended receiver, and he can't bring it in.
4th down.
Rackers could make it a 2-score game. Kick is up, and he got all of this one. And right down the middle. And here's your drive summary for that last series. And here's the kick. He's tackled at the 29-yard line. They'll start at the 29-yard line. Westbrook is the single setback.
Buy me 5. Buy me 5.
We're going to run. Come on. Hey, watch this, man.
Set.
Get it back.
Set.
Under heavy pressure. Tipped away.
What's up, baby?
And as we head to halftime, the score is 31-21. Kicks it off. He'll return it from the 1. Breaks a tackle. Dropped at the 23. Once again, we'll take this opportunity to remind you that this game is brought to you by the fine folks at EA Sports. Drops back on 1st down. Pass completed. It's loose. Loose ball. Defense has it. It's the linebacker. And the fullback coughs up the ball.
How can a guy that big cough up the football? That's ridiculous.
The backfield is in the offset I formation.
What it is? Set.
Turn over, D. I need. Hey, let's go, baby.
Set.
They'll give it off here. And he just got hammered. I'd say he got 1 or 2 feet on that drop, and that will bring up 2nd down. 2nd down and 9 to go. Ball on the 27-yard line. Westbrook, the lone back.
There we go.
Buy me 5. Buy me 5. Set.
He'll get the call again. He's brought down at the 26-yard line. Not much there, maybe a yard, and that makes it 3rd down. from the gun.
Here we go. What it need? What it need? Hey, numbers. Let's go, keep playing.
Drops back. Passes on the move. Brought down at the 20. They're able to complete the pass, but it won't be what they needed to keep the drive going.
So many times in the games today, you see a quarterback settle for those underneath throws, where in this situation, it really is a time to try and push the ball down the field a little bit. Those quarterbacks, though, they don't like to take chances on interceptions, and clearly there I thought he could have taken a little bit more of a risk.
I think that guy needs to go back to the sideline and practice a few more kicks. As a kicker, you have to be ready at a second's notice to be able to step out on the field and make those kind of field goals, and it didn't appear he was completely ready for that one, and the result was a miss. So the score is still the Eagles 21, the Cardinals 31. Gives to the back. He fights forward to about the 29. The running back gains 2 yards on the carry. 2nd and 8. Ball on their own 29. Leinart is lined up under center. I formation behind him. Looks to pass. Short pass to his left. Knocked out around the 37-yard line. And it's the tailback with a big catch.
And tailbacks love that. Anytime they can get into the open field, think about that position. You're constantly pounding the ball inside and getting hit by those big linebackers. Now you get out in open space and you have a chance to make a play.
Hands it to the back. Huge hit. Gain of 2.
Boy, he just took a shot on that one. As a running back, the last thing in the world you want is a short gain and a big hit.
They line up in a double tight set. Drops back. The pocket is collapsing. And they get him at the 47-yard line. Good read of the defense on that pass play.
Yeah, and throws like that really settle a quarterback down. It's all about getting into the flow of a game, and you can see he's getting comfortable now.
They hand it off. And he's decleated at the 49-yard line. That was a tough few yards to pick up.
Running the ball to convert those 3rd and short situations is a bit of a lost art in the game right now. A lot of teams throwing the football there, but not this team. They went back to power football and converted.
Full start, offense.
And he definitely moved on that one.
And it's so embarrassing to jump off sides for an offensive player because you know the snap count. But I swear there's so many things going through your mind, especially if the guy across from you is beating you in the head all day. Sometimes you just forget.
First down, looking to throw. He rolls right. Defender tips it away. An excellent job by the defense of disrupting that last play.
And that was really on the wide receiver. Not much of a route, very little separation, and gave the defense a chance to make that play.
And they motion a guy to the right. Looks to pass. Huge pressure by the defense. He's brought down at the 50. Gain of 5 through the air.
Hey, no need to force it. He just took what the defense gave him there, found the open man, and picked up a few yards.
The Cardinals come out in the ace formation. Leinart sends a man in motion. Defense closing in. What a brutal hit. It seems these days being a defensive end isn't just all about trying to run your blocker over to get to the quarterback.
Yeah, you see more and more of these guys that are a little undersized for defensive linemen, but they make up for that size and bulk with great speed and agility. If they can turn the corner, they can really make a difference in a game.
Punts it. Jackson fields it at the 22. What a hit! The offense takes the field, and they have to be a little frustrated that they couldn't get the ball through the uprights. Offset I formation in the backfield.
Here we go. 255. 25. Let's go get it. Set. Close right.
Westbrook takes the handoff. Brought down at the 36-yard line. 2-yard pickup.
And they really ran right into the blitz. That's a time that a veteran quarterback should have changed the play at the line of scrimmage. You could see the blitz coming. He didn't audible and only came away with a short gain.
What did he?
Drops back to pass. Throws the bullet to the left. He's dropped at the 49-yard line. He gunned that one in there for the first down, didn't he?
He really did. And when you watch a guy throw a ball that hard, they don't move their arm any faster. You see him driving off that back leg. That was a pretty pass.
This one appeared to be on the offense.
False start, offense.
He moved a little early on that one.
I used to always think that offensive linemen should go to the line of scrimmage and hold up either one finger or two fingers and look down when they get confused.
McNabb back to throw. Strong throw to his left. And they get him at the 35. Another positive gain, and that gives him 100 yards receiving for the game.
And this guy just knows how to make plays. He's somebody, we've watched him throughout the course of his career, but especially here today, constantly in big situations making plays.
They line up at the 35. McNabb with 3 wide receivers. Drops back on first down. On the run, he throws it. Westbrook was his intended target on that one, but they can't complete the pass. Second down now with 10 to go. Ball on the 35-yard line. He drops back. And they're coming after him. Knocked away. Westbrook wasn't able to bring it in. Incomplete pass on the play. That brings up 3rd and 10. McNabb will come to the line with a 3-wide formation. Looks to pass. Rifles it out there. He's brought down around the 27-yard line. The third down pass got them good yardage, but not quite enough to convert.
Yeah, that was a tough third down situation. They got the good completion, a good gain on the play, but probably asking too much out of the receiver to try and break that many tackles to pick up that first down.
Here's the kick. It hits the upright and goes through. Can you believe that?
How about that one? A little kiss off the glass. Do you have to call bank when you make one of those?
Here's the kick. He'll return it from the 1. Stays on his feet. And we have a flag on the play. Hold everything. We have a flag on the play.
Holding by the receiving team.
That seemed like the right call there.
Yeah, sometimes you have holding and sometimes you have tackling. That looked more like a tackle.
Arizona comes out with 3 receivers in the shotgun.
Gun. Let's get off. Go.
He drops back. He throws left. Is there for the catch. They'll gain 4 on that pass play. That'll make it 2nd down. It's 2nd down, 6 to go.
Jam free.
2 tight end formation this time.
I got him. BDT. Hold on. Over top, 2 straight. Watch the draw.
On play action with the pass. He leaps, it's caught. Brought down at the 41-yard line. And a big catch by the tight end.
And I can tell you this, there's nothing that defensive backs hate more than to have one of those big tight ends in the open field running right towards them.
Leinert set to go to the air. Makes the throw out to his left. Defense pushes him out of bounds at the 49-yard line. and that one will go for a first.
And really top-notch quarterbacks know how to throw a football in there without leading his receiver into trouble. That was a great throw.
Leinart is looking to stay perfect on this drive. Catch is made. Tackled at the 40. He's there for the catch once again. That's number 2 on this offensive possession.
You hear all the time about quarterbacks getting into a rhythm, but sometimes a quarterback and a receiver can get into a rhythm where the quarterback begins to look to one guy a little bit more because he feels more comfortable, and I think that's beginning to happen now.
Leinart has completed every pass on this drive. He's brought down at the 21-yard line. And a nice pass to the tight end.
So much of the game today revolves around those substitution packages, trying to bring extra defensive backs on the field to try and help against the pass. But when you have a big receiving tight end, that really makes that plan awfully tough to execute.
Stiff arms, and he's brought down. James comes away with 2 yards on the carry. The Cardinals come out in the ace formation. Leinart back to pass. He's been perfect on this drive. He makes another catch. The defense just didn't match up well on that play.
Yeah, tough to match up one-on-one in man coverage against that wide receiver. He's pretty good.
They'll give it off here. Brought down at the 8. And the halfback has nowhere to go. They're at the 8. Offset I formation in the backfield.
Hey, let's go! Yo! Let's go, y'all! Let's go! Be that team! Be that team! Go! Go! Go!
They'll give it off here. And they get him at the 7. 1 yard gain on the play, and so it'll be 3rd down. Nickel back in this time. Leinart back to pass. He's been perfect on this drive. He's in. Touchdown. That's his 4th pass for a touchdown.
And there's no question this is a passing team. When this guy gets hot and you can see him get in sync with these receivers, it's just fun to watch. Maybe the bigger difference today has been that he's been getting some perfect protection.
Here's the kick, and the point after is good. And now we'll take a quick look at the drive summary. And here's the kick. He'll return it from the 1. Hit and dropped at the 32-yard line. So as the offense heads back onto the field, we'll take this time to remind you that our game is brought to you by EA Sports. If it's in the game, it's in the game. Fires it out. Nearly picked off. He should have had that one. Curtis was the intended receiver on the play, and it falls incomplete.
Are urged to enter the facility carrying the fewest items.
Single set backfield.
Buy me 5. Buy me 5. I'm just sitting there. Hey, Mike. Buy me 5. Get off, baby. Get off.
Little handoff. Brought down behind the line. This defense is definitely not afraid to use their safeties in run support.
And as a quarterback, you have to start to recognize that. You just can't allow that safety to keep sniffing around that 8th man in the box and not throw the football. Essentially, they're daring this offense to throw it, and they're not taking advantage.
Passes the ball. He's brought down at the 46-yard line. The quarterback just rifled that one in there for a good gain.
Everybody knows about this guy's arm strength, and if you wanted to see an example of it, right there it was.
The Eagles motion to the left side. He looks to throw on 1st down. Defender gets his hand on it. Not the best pass, Chris. The throw went right into coverage. What was he thinking?
I don't think that he was, Tom. It was one of those where the brain cells went off, and he's lucky that one wasn't intercepted.
Philadelphia sends a man in motion to the right. He's looking to throw. The pass is away. He's dropped at the 37. Good job locating the gap in the coverage on that play.
You know, that's the kind of pass pattern I used to always love to run, because if the defense is even a little bit lax in their coverage, it's pretty easy to get that one in there.
Knocked out of bounds at about the 19-yard line. They've got it working on third down.
But third down runs are really a statement about an offensive team. They're just saying that I don't think we have to go to any trick plays. I don't think we have to do anything fancy. We're going to line up and let our guys beat your guys.
They'll give it off here. He's brought down at the 16. 4-yard gain on the play. That'll bring up second down. 2nd and 6. Ball on the 16-yard line. One man in the backfield. Passes to his left. Brought down around the 14-yard line. Not much of a gain at all on that completion. What happened on that one?
Well, I think the offense really just trying to make a safe throw rather than taking a big chance and throwing it down the field. You get the ball in the hands of your receiver and let him try and make a play. That time, nothing there.
Fires it over the middle. They finally bring him down, and it's 1st and goal. So that was a pickup of about 9. They're crowding that line of scrimmage. Drops back to pass. Drops the sure pick. What a play by the defender.
And the quarterback really caught a break on that one, that wasn't intercepted.
I formation here. They motion to the right. Looking to throw. He couldn't hang on to it. Brown was the intended receiver, but they can't complete the pass. 4 yards will get them in for the score. They put everyone up on the line. Play fake. Wilson bats it down. What an effort out there. He just got his hands in there and broke it up.
I love watching the closing speed of this defense. When they see the ball, they go get it.
He's got it. Pretty good kick that time, and he drives it home for 3 points. Nice job. Here's the kick. Brought down at the 28-yard line. They were able to put together a nice drive on their last possession. They'll be looking to make it 2 in a row on this drive. Arizona lines up in the offset eye this time. James gets the ball left side. Stiff arms, and the defender still makes the tackle. 1 yard loss for the halfback. 2nd down, 11 yards for a first. The defense lines up in the nickel. He's looking to throw. Goes through his read. Caught out of bounds, incomplete. The quarterback put that one too far out in front of his receiver, and he couldn't stay inbound.
He tried to make a safe throw there, but the receiver was open. It didn't have to be quite that cautious and just let him out of bounds.
Go.
Liner drops back. Looks down the field. Almost picked. And the pass was knocked away at the last minute.
Well, at the end of the game, you go back and you basically say what happened on third down, and you have a pretty good indication of how that game came out. Good play by the defense.
He punts it. Jackson takes it at the 36. He tries to spin, and he is dropped. The offense takes the field, hoping to come away with more than just a field goal on this drive. McNabb lines up under center. Offense lines up in an I. Back to throw. Passes it out, and it's picked. He's tackled at the 50. Well, he looked like he was in the right place at the right time.
Unless you're the quarterback, then he was in the wrong place at the wrong time.
They line up at the 50. Arizona comes to the line with 3 wide. He fakes it. Short throw to the right. Knocked out at the 47-yard line. He went to the short man, but the defense was right there to make the play.
Yeah, and this is one of those plays that's a lot like a long, extended handoff. He gets it out to the receiver and just lets him work on the outside. That time, though, unable to pick up much yardage.
James takes the give. And they get him at the 47-yard line. Nothing doing on the halfback delay. Third down now, 7 yards to go. Ball on the 47. They line up in an I.
Over tough, too straight. Down. Hey, regular. Come on, man, let's go. Oh, my God.
Throws on the run. Tipped away. Hope was the intended target on that incomplete pass attempt. Fourth down. The Cardinals lining up to punt. The punter's going to try to pin them deep in their own territory with a good punt here. He punts it. Goes into the end zone for a touchback. The quarterback leads his offense back onto the field after turning it over on their last drive. McNabb comes to the line under center. 3 wide receivers this time. First down, looking to throw. Looking for a receiver. Not much room to throw into, and it's intercepted. Down the sideline. He's brought down at about the 15-yard line. Make that the 4th interception on the day for this defense.
Well, you have a football, a little wrapping paper, a nice bow on top, perhaps a little glitter, a lot of gift-wrap presents for this defense today.
First and 10. Ball on the 16. Leinart is lined up under center. 2 backs in the I. He looks to throw on first down. Can't hang on. Smith was the intended receiver, but the pass fell incomplete. From the 16-yard line. Single set backfield.
Let's go.
Short throw to the left. Into the end zone for a touchdown. The defense is just getting shredded out there.
Yeah, the defense is the shreddy, and the shredder is this quarterback. He has been hot all day long. We're seeing these receivers running crisp routes, making tough catches, and when you put it all together like this, it's fun to watch.
The kick is up. Point after is good. Here's a quick look at the drive summary. He kicks it. Dropped at the 26-yard line. The quarterback and his receiver were clearly not on the same page last time, and it led to an interception. The Cardinals line up with a nickelback. There's a play fake. He throws on the run. It's intercepted. Brought down at the 25. Why did he even make that pass?
Good, Tom. I think he got baited into that throw. He thought the defensive back was going elsewhere. He did a little fake, came back in, made the pick. Just a real heads-up play.
They line up at the 25. The backfield is in the offset I formation. He didn't get back to the line. Nice job by the defensive end to get in there and get the tackle for the loss.
This guy's really one of the strengths on this defense. Not only is he able to turn the corner and get some pressure on the quarterback, but he's rock solid against the run.
It's 2nd down and 11 to go. Ball on the 26. James is the single setback.
Come on.
Arizona motions right. Nice play fake. With the throw. Brings this one in. And he scores. What a play! Simply prolific offensive firepower on display so far. That's his 6th touchdown pass of the game.
And you know what's going to be the hardest thing for this quarterback today? Is to go into the press conference after the game and talk about what a good team he played out there today. How solid this bunch was. It's been a joke. He's been smoking them all day.
Arizona is winning big. And we'll take a quick look at the drive summary. The kick is away. He's tackled at the 23. It'll be interesting to see how this quarterback reacts after throwing an interception on his last drive. The Eagles come out in a single back formation. And the defense has a heavy rush. No connection this time. They line up at the 23. Philadelphia lines up with trips bunched on the left side. Drops back to pass. Throws it. And he caught it. The 50. Tackled at the 46-yard line. Some smart football by the quarterback on that last play, and he's now up over 300 yards passing for the game.
And this offensive line's been getting it done with pass protection. I don't care who you have playing quarterback. If that guy's back there getting hit, it is awfully tough to throw for 300 yards.
He lost yardage on the play. The offense had a tough time picking up all their blocks on that play.
You know, you can draw up any sort of protection scheme and blocking scheme that you want, but ultimately this game comes down to one big man against another big man, and that time the defense's big men, they won the battle.
Defense is getting pressure, and he catches it. And they get him at the 35. They pick up several yards there on the pass.
And that fake really was the difference. Not only did the quarterback sell it, the running back sold it, the offensive line did, and the receiver was open for a nice play.
Drops back on 1st down. Throws a bullet. He got decleated. Westbrook gains a handful of yards on that reception, so that'll make it 2nd down. McNabb is in the gun. 3 wide formation.
Blue 55. Let's go right.
He drops back. Scans the field. He's brought down at the 25. Short pattern results in a completion for the offense.
You know, that's not one of those plays that's a huge gain by any means, but that's really the essence of an offensive game plan. You have to start hitting some of those short intermediate routes, and that begins to open everything else up.
And they'll try and get the first through the air. Short pass to his left. It's incomplete. He caught that one out of bounds.
Well, you could see the receiver doing all he could to keep his feet in bounds, but that pass just let him out of bounds.
He's under pressure. Makes the reception. They stopped them on the first 3 plays, but they just couldn't contain the pass on 4th down.
And this is an aggressive play caller for this offense. He just doesn't seem to care if it's 1st down or 4th down. He's attacking.
Gets the ball away. Brought down around the 10-yard line. That one worked just as they drew it up.
Good pass, good catch, I agree. Sometimes there's really nothing you can do.
Here's the give. Excellent open field tackle. The halfback runs for 4 yards.
Gain of 4.
Here's the 11th play of the drive. The Eagles line up with 3 receivers, single back formation. Tackled at the 3. And the halfback carries for a pickup of 3. The offense has their big set on the field as they try to convert here on 3rd down. And it looks short from up here. And that will bring up a 4th down.
Well, that's just a big run stop right there. You have a very proud defensive line that was just going to take control of that situation.
He drops back to pass. And it's caught. Touchdown. McNabb watched his receiver get some room and got it to him for 6. They're lining it up for the point after. Set down. The kick is up. Point after is good. And here's your drive summary for that last series. And here's the kick. He'll return it from the 3. Big hit there to bring him down. This offense seems to have found its stride as they take the field again after their last 2 successful drives. Leinert with the give. He's tackled at the 38. James gets 3 yards on the carry.
That was a big shot right there. You talk about getting your bell rung. That was the Liberty Bell ringing that time.
James again. He took a shot at the 42. James gains about 4 yards on the play. The Cardinals line up in an I formation. On play action. Going deep with this one. Parker gets his hand on it. And it'll be 4th down following the pass deflection.
Just terrific play by the defense. They followed the quarterback's eyes, made a quick jump on the ball, and were all over that one.
For all of next year's home games.
Gets the punt away. Jackson takes it at the 21. They really did a good job keeping him contained on that one.
Yeah, that certainly wasn't one of his best efforts there. Maybe if he would have gotten a little more help from his blockers, he could have broken one out of there. You know, sometimes it just takes one good block to create a seam to get one up the field.
give to the tailback. Loose football. Thomas recovers the loose ball. Ball popped out on that play, but they got it back.
And I can tell you this, just because you recover that fumble doesn't necessarily mean you're going to keep it. You have to be a man to hold on to one of those things at the bottom of the pile.
Play action. Sacked on the play. Okafor used his speed to get to the quarterback on that one. That'll bring up 3rd and long. They need 15. Ball on the 17.
Stay inside right here. Here we go. What do you need? What do you need? No. Go. Left.
McNabb looking to throw. Throws while on the run. And it's picked off. He's brought down at about the 19-yard line. That's another great play by this defense.
Well, I don't know if he could believe that this guy picked him off the first time, so he went back to the well and he got caught again.
Fakes to the back. Throws it short. Pass is complete. He's dropped at the 11. Another fine pass and catch on that play.
I know we all talk about 40-yard dash times in the NFL, but as a receiver, if you are a great route runner and you understand what the defenses are trying to do to you, it doesn't matter if you run a 4.3 40. If you can get in and out of your cuts like this guy, you will always be able to play.
It looked as if the offensive line just collapsed on that play.
And it looked like this defensive line just beat them off the snap. Sometimes those guys can time out the quarterback's cadence, and if the quarterback doesn't start changing that snap count, his offensive line is going to really struggle.
It's the tailback. Brought down around the 10-yard line, and they get no push for the offensive line.
Oh, yeah, they did. They were all moonwalking on that play. They were pushing. They were just pushing and going backwards.
And it's good. And now we'll take a quick look at the drive summary. He gets his leg into this one. Jackson from the 2. And he's drilled. What a hit. On his last drive, the quarterback completed a pass, but to the other team. Throwing another one could be disastrous to this offense.
Other side. Here we go. Watch go. Set. On the right. Set. Let's go get it. Big play, D.
Set. He's running out of time. At the 40, at the 30, and he's got room to run. Touchdown.
More and more, this team relies on Donovan McNabb to make plays. They put him back there in position to read the defense. He has the ability to run the football, but you better not relax against him. Even if he's looking all the way to the right, that backside receiver is still alive. That time they burn him for a touchdown.
Lining up for the point after. Point after is good. So with over 7 minutes left here in the fourth quarter, our score, the Cardinals 55, the Eagles 41. He'll return it from the 3. Knocked out around the 29-yard line. They had to settle for a field goal on their last drive. They take the field again, looking to put up another score. Arizona comes out with an I formation. He doesn't get back to the line. He couldn't get anywhere on that one.
Yeah, sometimes you just have to admit defeat on a play as a running back and just try and get that thing back to the line of scrimmage.
Try to get you over there, baby. Let's go left. Let's go. Dre's live.
Here's the give. He's brought down at about the 33-yard line. The halfback gets the ball and picks up 5. One-man backfield. They hand it off again. And they didn't get it. The defense was ready on that series, and they had all the answers for what the offense tried to do.
And that's a humbling experience for any offense. When you go out there and have those 3-and-out series, you just go back to the sideline a little embarrassed, and the defense, they're upset.
Gets it away cleanly. It'll go out at the 41-yard line. So before the offense hits the field, let's take the time to let you know that our game is brought to you by EA Sports. Drops back to pass. He throws it. He is hit hard on the play. And you won't see the coaching staff complaining about that.
Yeah, coaching staffs generally don't complain about too much when they have a quarterback that has the leadership qualities and the arm strength and the ability that this guy has.
Throws short. And he made a great open field tackle. He shows no hesitation and gets it in there to get the first down.
Yeah, you wouldn't hesitate either if you were standing back there in the pocket. I say the heck with it. Get it out of there fast. Let somebody else handle it for a little while.
Give to the tailback. He's dropped at the 39-yard line. Westbrook gains around 5 yards on the draw play. From the 39-yard line. Offset I formation in the backfield.
5. Let's go get it, baby. Come on, let's go.
On play action. He's wide open. To the 10. He's tackled at the 4. The wideout has put on quite a display out there en route to a 100-yard performance.
And there really just isn't anything this receiver can't do. Just keep feeding him the football. I don't care what the coverage is. This is a guy that wants the ball in tough situations.
Here they go. 1st and goal, down by a couple of possessions. Philadelphia sets up in the I. Looks to pass. They picked it off. That one just cost them a shot at points.
And really, this quarterback is better than that. He knew better than to throw that ball. He just made a mistake. I'm just not sure what he was thinking there.
Hey, we got to watch the ball. Go. Get in, team. Don't give him a yard.
On the ground with a tailback. Brought down at the 28-yard line. James gains 8 yards on that play. It's 2nd and 2. Ball on the 28. Leinart is in the shotgun. 4-wide formation.
Feed in, team. Gun. Let's roll. Go.
Back to pass. Passes it. He makes the catch wide open. Great time for that type of pass. It worked to perfection.
And that was a nice job by the offensive line, allowing the quarterback enough time to survey the field and find the open guy.
No, you're good.
Drops back to pass. It's tipped, and it's batted away at the last minute by the defender.
Just when it looked like the quarterback might sneak that one in there, a late pass defense and a good play.
James lines up as the single back.
Come on. Feed in, team. Wide, check. You all right? Go.
Another run. And they get him around the 42-yard line. And that was a gain of 7. That'll bring up 3rd down. The Cardinals come out in a 2 tight end set.
Listen to it. New call. Come on.
They will be short. Got a couple, but will still be short of the marker.
Yeah, and for a minute it looked like he might slip out of there, but the defense got there, the pursuit was all over it, and they made a nice stop.
He punts it. Down in the end zone for a touchback. Once again, we'll take this opportunity to remind you that this game is brought to you by the fine folks at EA Sports. They line up in the shotgun, 3 wide.
5.
McNabb on first down. Looks for a man open. And it's caught. Great open field tackle. Good job to avoid the rush and get the pass off.
When you're trying to blitz the quarterback, you better have some talented corners on the outside, because as a wideout, just give me 3 or 4 seconds against the blitz, and it is awfully tough to try and cover that.
They'll throw on first down. He throws left, and it's completed. He's brought down at the 43-yard line. Don't adjust your TVs, it's true. The quarterback has just thrown for 500 yards.
You've heard the story about King Midas and everything he touches turning to gold. Well, that has been the case here today. This guy is slinging nothing but gold nuggets today.
Looking for an open man. One-handed catch. Brought down at the 44-yard line. Buckhalter gains a couple with a short completion. Third down now, they'll need a couple of yards to convert for a first down. It looks like the defense is only going to pressure with 3 linemen. He's looking to throw. On the run, he throws it. He's dropped at the 46-yard line. 2 minutes left in the ball game. First and 10. Ball on the 46-yard line. The backfield is in the offset I formation.
5.
He drops back to pass. Defense is getting pressure. And they get him right around the 34-yard line. He put something extra on that throw, and it'll keep the chains moving.
And that's really what it takes sometimes, because defenders are so quick out there. If you don't put a little extra pop on it, they can get there.
Looks to his left, lays it up there. Incomplete pass. The pass was deflected and swatted away by the defender.
I think the quarterback may have had to throw that ball a little sooner than he wanted to. The pressure was starting to get there.
Here we go. 5.
McNabb back to throw. Short pass. Tackled around the 30-yard line. He delivered a nice throw on that drop back, completing it for a pretty good gain.
You know, there aren't many guys who work any harder than this guy, both in the offseason and during the week of practice. He isn't the most physically gifted quarterback I've ever seen, but you can tell the time he puts in the film room, in the weight room, and he understands the game of football.
He's in for the score. What an interception for this defense.
You know, it's bad enough offensively to throw an interception, but you can't let the guy run down the field for a touchdown. You have to turn into a defensive player at that point. They did not make that transition.
Here's the point after. The snap, set down, the kick is up. With just over a minute to go in the fourth quarter, the score is the Cardinals 62, the Eagles 41. Brought down at the 28-yard line. So as the offense heads back onto the field, we'll take this time to remind you that our game is brought to you by EA Sports. If it's in the game, it's in the game.
5.
Looking to throw. Throws on the run. Right through his hands, he almost had the pick. That incompletion will bring up second down. From their own 28-yard line. Philadelphia comes to the line with 3 wide.
Here we go. What do you need? Set.
Drops back to pass. Surveys the field. There for the reception. Brought down at the 32-yard line. Pretty nice pickup on the pass that time.
And that's simply good design and execution on the pattern. They work hard all week in practice to make sure that on game day they have that timing down perfectly.
That's a tough one to take, but they really don't have any other choice now. They pretty much have to go for it. Nice play fake. Completed. He's brought down at the 28-yard line. The offense will take over at the 28-yard line. 1st and 10.
Hey, let's go. Come on, D, let's get off the field now. Go.
And they will kneel down to try to run out the clock. From the 30-yard line. Arizona is going with the offset eye backfield.
Come on. Please, look. Make a stand, G. We need that rock. Let's go. Play.
James gets the carry left side. Tackled at the 25. Not really been a close one, as our final score is the Cardinals 62, the Eagles 41.
Qualcomm Stadium will be the location for our matchup between Philadelphia and San Diego. And now to Tom Hammond and Chris Collinsworth for the game. Tom?
Well, the weather will be perfect for today's game. Tom Hammond here. Beside me, as always, Chris Collinsworth. We're underway. He'll return it from the 1. Kicker looks ready to get this one started. Let's head down to the field for the opening kickoff. He's down the sideline. At the 30, to the 20, to the 10. Hold everything. There's a marker down. Let's get the call.
Personal foul, clipping by the receiving team.
He needs to have a little better decision-making out there.
And that's a good call. That is such a dangerous play. When you're hitting a guy in the back, that's when some major injuries can occur. Good call by the officials.
McNabb hands it off. And they get him at the 26-yard line. Westbrook gains around 8 yards on the run. Philadelphia sets up in the eye. He gets another carry. Brought down at about the 29-yard line. He just put his head down and pushed forward for the first down marker.
He picks up 3 yards and a first down. Those aren't runs that look really pretty in the statistics the next day, but when you keep moving those chains, it makes a difference.
There's a play fake. And it's knocked down. And the defender breaks up the play.
Just great position that time on the defensive side. The receiver really never had a chance on that one.
Last 21.
Only one man back. Looks to pass. Scrambles for yardage.
McNabb.
He was lucky to get back to the line of scrimmage on that scramble. 3rd and 10. Ball on the 30-yard line. The Eagles line up with trips bunched on the right side.
5. 55.
He's looking to throw. Gets it off. It's completed. He's brought down at the 35. and that one was completed for a solid gain.
Solid gain, yes, but no first down on that play. So now it's going to bring up a decision on the part of the offense. Defensively, I think they executed that one exactly the way they wanted to.
He punts it. Sproles takes it at the 25. Tackled around the 37-yard line. That guy just showed off some pretty good skills on that return.
I thought for sure he was taking that one back to the house. You know, anytime you get a guy with that kind of skill level in the open field with a little room to run, good things are going to happen.
They'll throw on first down. Comes down with it. He makes a great open field tackle. Strong, accurate throw leads to a pretty good gain.
Now, they didn't pick up the first down that time, but you drop back, you make a good throw like that. Now you're in position to try and pick up this first down.
They hand it off. Brought down around the 49-yard line. Tomlinson found some room and was able to pick up the first. San Diego comes out with 2 tight ends.
Let's stop it right now.
Give to the tailback. And they get him at the 36-yard line. After that run, they might want to give him the ball a few more times.
I agree. It looks like the defense is a little tired out there. Whatever the case, they're having a tough time now stopping the run.
Play action. There for the catch. Knocked out right around the 30-yard line. A gain of 6 yards on the play.
Just a simple throw and catch for a gain of 6. That's just the kind of passing play that this offense is built around.
Come on, G. Green 88. Green 88. Hey, man, let's go. Tiger. Watch the back.
Rivers gives it left. He gets out to about the 28-yard line. Tomlinson picks up 2 yards with the carry.
That was a big shot right there. You talk about getting your bell rung. That was the Liberty Bell ringing that time.
Third and short, and they'll throw for it. He throws short. He's there for the catch. He's pushed out right around the 18-yard line. A nice completion to the tight end.
I always thought tight ends were sort of like pacifiers for babies, you know, just about the time that you need a little security blanket, you know where to go.
Blue 45. Run. Make a play.
He's brought down at about the 15-yard line. He gains a couple of yards on the carry. Here's the 8th play of this series. Rivers is under center. Only one man back here. He gets another carry. He fights forward to about the 13. Just about 3 yards there.
And Tom, that was because the defense filled up all the gaps. The back was looking for somewhere to run, but by bringing the run blitz, they took away all the holes and stopped them for a minimal gain.
Fakes the run, throws it short with the catch. Defense pushes him out of bounds at the 7. Great job to haul in that first down pass.
This team is just so good at executing those short, quick passes and picking up first downs and keeping drives alive.
Rivers looking to pass. They get to the QB and chalk one up for the defense on that play.
The best time to blitz is when the other team is trying to work the ball down the field. Your quarterback's going to have to hold the ball a few seconds. Not enough time there. You can't try and go down the field consistently against this defense. They're going to come get you.
Fires it right. And they get him at about the 3-yard line. They complete the pass for a gain of 10 on the slant. It's 3rd and goal. The offense a little less than 4 yards away. He's dropped at the 3. That play was stuffed from the get-go.
And it's not very often that I get really excited about defensive line play, but that time the guys up front on defense were just overpowering.
And it's good. He puts that one right through the upright. Here's a quick look at the drive summary. Not a bad kick. Gathered at the 6. He's tackled at the 25. They were forced to punt on their last drive. The offense will take over at the 25. First down, 10 to go.
Big play, D.
What did he? What did he?
Go. No.
Bobby foul.
McNabb set to go to the air. Brings it in. Tackled at the 35. They get about 10 yards there. That'll make it second down. They line up in a one-back set.
Down.
Bobby five.
Come on, y'all, let those quick out. I'm gonna bark.
Back to throw. Gets the pass out. Just clanks right off his hand. And he just managed to get a piece of it. Nice play by the defender.
And as a receiver, you really have to do a better job of coming back to the football at that point. You have to help the quarterback.
Pause. Looked like someone got caught holding. Here's the official call.
Holding. Offense.
It'll be third down again after that penalty.
You know, third down football is hard enough in the National Football League, but when you start adding yardage onto it, it gets even tougher.
Left. Here we go. Bobby five.
New call.
Third and short, and they'll throw for it. Here's the throw. Makes the catch. Wow, that's a nice throw to get them the first down.
And this quarterback's showing off all the skills now. We've seen the rocket arm in the past, and now a little touch. It looked pretty.
Here we go.
Little handoff. Hit and dropped behind the line. Tried the run, but there was nothing available.
And if you can make a running back hesitate just a little, that time you could see there really was no hole, and the running back was just fishing for a place to go.
He drops back to pass. He throws on the run. Oh my, the quarterback is lucky that one wasn't intercepted.
Yeah, you try and fit some of those into some tight holes, and every once in a while, you're going to get one pick, but that was a pretty good play by the defense.
Escorted from the stadium.
He drops back. Strong throw. And he's hammered at the 31. So on third down, he finds his receiver and gets a big gain.
Receivers who can make plays like that on third down tend to have nice, long careers.
Here we go. Bobby five.
On play action. Into traffic, and it's picked off. Cuts back, and he's dropped. Why did he even make that pass?
You know, Tom, I think he got baited into that throw. He thought the defensive back was going elsewhere. He did a little fake, came back in, made the pick, just a real heads-up play.
Let's go, 38. Come on, man. Hey, how you went? Yeah, he go left side. Here we go. Watch it.
Setting up play action. That incompletion will bring up second down. One man in the backfield. Play fake. Gets the pass away. He's tackled at the 47-yard line. Good pickup by the receiver.
And we've always talked about this receiver's big play ability. He may not be the fastest guy in the league, but you can tell he wants the ball in his hands in big situations.
First and 10. Ball on the 47-yard line. Tomlinson, the lone back.
We'll make this run. Blue 45. Blue 45. Here we go, baby.
Give to the tailback. Brought down at the 50. 3 yards there.
And that's why you send all those guys to plug up the holes, and that time there were no holes, really, and he was lucky to get anything on the play.
Let's go, baby. Get the ball out.
Back to pass. Rockets it out. He's brought down at the 28-yard line. And a great pass by the quarterback to convert for the first.
And what we're seeing out of this quarterback is a variety of throws. Yes, he has the ability to zip it in there when he needs to, but we've also seen some touch throws, a very complete repertoire.
First down, looking to throw. Throws it out. He goes up high for the catch. He's dropped at the 14. Good yardage that time on the pass.
And how'd you like that throw by the quarterback? A little touch, a little lob in over the top, like an alley-oop in basketball.
San Diego lines up in the offset eye this time.
Blue 45. Blue 45. Roger.
It's a loose ball. There's a scramble. They got that one back.
Sometimes there's nothing more interesting than a fumbled football because that oblong-shaped football really makes for some interesting bounces out there. They were lucky to get that one back.
Brought down at the 13. Picked up maybe a foot or two, and that makes it third down. We're at play number 9 on the current drive. 3 wide receiver. Looks to pass. Goes through his read. Makes the grab. They complete the pass, but it won't be enough for the first.
Yeah, that's one of those balls that looks good in the stats for the quarterback because he gets a completion, but for this offense, it's going to bring up fourth down. Huge play defensively to make that stop.
It's good. Good job putting that kick right on target, and it goes through for 3 points. And here's the kick. Buckhalter from the 8. They get him at the 31. So before the offense hits the field, let's take the time to let you know that our game is brought to you by EA Sports.
Tango off the top. Tango off the top. What do you mean? What do you mean? Right. Watch the flank.
Huge pressure by the defense. He's tackled at the 41-yard line. They hook up for a pretty good gain on that one. Nice pass.
Yeah, good pass and good confidence by the quarterback there. He saw the opening. He knew there was a spot that he could get that in there, but you could see he had the confidence to let this receiver make a play, and that's really what pro football is all about.
And they're coming after him. Tipped it away. Brown was the intended receiver, and he can't bring it in. It's third down now, just about the length of the football away from the first down marker. And they'll try and get the first through the air. He's running out of time. And he just got hammered. Nice job getting that pass out of there, and he picks up the first down.
Yeah, smart play call that time by the offense. He could tell by the pre-snap read that short throw was going to be there, and he took advantage.
Drops back to pass. Throws while on the run. He's dropped at the 43-yard line. And another connection that goes for good yardage.
And we really see the trust that is developing between this receiver and the quarterback. That if the quarterback has confidence that you're going to be where he thinks you're going to be, he will throw it to you more often than he'll throw it to somebody else.
They hand it off. He'll be brought down behind the line of scrimmage, and they were not able to get much there.
And so many times you hear offensive coordinators criticized because they don't try to run the football enough. Well, when you get stuffed in the backfield like that, you understand why they would rather call the pass play.
Westbrook will run it again. Tackled around the 39-yard line. They get it again on third down.
And that can really begin to deflate a defense when those third down conversions keep coming. You can almost taste the water on the sideline, thinking you're about to get off the field, and then they convert another first down.
And the whistle will blow this one dead. Here's the call.
Full start, offense.
He needs to pay a little better attention to what he's doing out there.
I think those are just embarrassing. You go back to the huddle and you hang your head and you give it, sorry. Sometimes those linemen look like little kids when they come back after penalties.
First down, looking to throw. Jammer gets the interception. And the defense just picked up their second interception of the half.
Well, they're reading the quarterback's eyes, and anytime as a quarterback you look too long in one direction or at one wide receiver, the defense is just going to break on the ball, and they've been taking advantage today.
Tomlinson takes the give. Stiff arms, and the defender still makes the tackle. The halfback runs for 4 yards. They line up in the shotgun. Gates, the man in motion. He drops back. He throws it. Pass completed. He's tackled at the 23. He's hitting his marks today, and that last pass gives him 100 yards through the air.
When I spoke to him before the game, he said he had a bit of a virus during the week. Fortunately for his team, it doesn't look like it. Maybe the rest of them need to catch a little case of the flu.
Setting up play action. Is there for the catch. He's going to be tackled for a loss. Loses a yard on that completion.
I don't think they fooled anybody on the defense with that one. They were just sitting out there waiting for it, and that's a loss.
The backfield is in the offset I formation.
Close right. Blue 45. Blue 45. Up the stretch. Rush. Close up.
We played a quarter. The score is 6-0. Second down, 11 yards for a first. Ball on the 24-yard line.
Tiger. 48. Keep coming. 48.
There's a play fake. Short throw to the right. He's dropped right around the 20-yard line. We'll see if the defense can make another stop here on third down.
Yeah, that sets it up now for third down. We always talk about third down conversions, but if you have good second down plays, it gives you a chance to get into some blitz packages now on third down.
Play fake. Samuel catches it. Interception. And just a great interception by the cornerback.
Might want to start thinking about trying to pick on that guy. We've seen all day he has simply been quicker to the spot than the wide receivers coming into his area.
He looks to throw on first down. He throws right. Catch is made. He's brought down at the 29-yard line. Smith gains about 4 yards there. That'll bring up second down. Only one man back.
Here we go. 55. 55. Right. Close right.
Looking to throw. Makes the short throw. He's tackled at the 36-yard line. So the gain of 6 yards on the play, and they'll pick up the first down.
That's such a hard play to try and contain as a defensive player. You simply can't afford to give up the big plays, so you have to give them something, and typically it's those short, quick throws, that time for a first down.
Drops back on first down. The rush reaches him, and he goes down. And they're able to get to him on that one.
Great job there getting to the quarterback. The defense went with the bull rush and just manhandled this offensive line. They've got to be more stout. They've got to be able to hold up in protection.
Gets the pass off. Brings this one in. And they finally knock him out at the 46-yard line. That was a nice play.
Yeah, the quarterback and receiver read that one all the way and took advantage of the blitz to come up with a big-time play.
Here we go. Here we go.
Feeds it to the back. And they get him at the 45. Westbrook gains about a yard on the play. They line up at the 45. McNabb is under center. 3-wide formation. Westbrook gets the carry. The defender gets him to the ground. Westbrook gets 6 yards on the carry. We've got 3rd and 3 here. This is the 8th play of this drive. The Eagles line up with an offset eye backfield. McNabb hands off to the left. Makes a cut, and he will be hit and dropped. 9-yard gain. First down now and 10 to go. Ball on the 31-yard line. San Diego lines up with 5 defensive backs. McNabb sends a man in motion. McNabb is looking to stay perfect on this drive. Passes the line. He's dropped at the 27-yard line. So the quarterback scrambles for about 4 yards on the play.
There you go.
The Eagles line up with 3 wide.
What did he?
Another run. Brought down at about the 23-yard line. They get 3 yards on the play.
Ouch. You take too many shots like that as a running back, you start peeking around a little bit before you get that football.
Play fake. The pocket is collapsing. The hit came just as he got the ball away.
Anytime you give up that quick pressure like that, very seldom are those passes completed.
The set down. The kick is up. It's got the distance. Well, it looked like the set down was good. Maybe he lost his footing a little when he went to step into that one. You know, if kickers get out of their rhythm just a little bit, they can really miss a kick badly. So the score will remain the Eagles 0, the Chargers 6. They give it to the tailback. What a shot! And a pickup of about 2. That brings up second down. 2nd and 8 coming up here. Ball on the 33. Offset I formation in the backfield.
Buffalo.
48. Game 22 press. Game.
Over. Right.
Fakes to the back. He's got room to run. Knocked out of bounds right around the 42-yard line. Pretty good gain right there.
You have so many people on this offense that you have to account for. The tight ends, the wide receivers, the running backs, even the quarterbacks. And now they're throwing to the fullback. That's almost not fair.
Rivers with the give. And he makes it out to about the 44-yard line. And the halfback has nowhere to go. They line up at the 44. 1 man in the backfield.
Roll.
45.
Gives to the back. Huge hit. Without a doubt, he showed off his incredible speed on that play.
You know, not only the top end speed, which is so impressive, but speed in and out of his cuts. That's the difference in a great running back. Anytime you can see a guy maintain that speed out of his cuts, that's a guy that has superstar ability.
With the hard throw out to his left. Jackson was the intended target on that incomplete pass attempt. Second down, 10 yards to go. Ball on the 44. 5 DBs on the field.
Watch the run. Green 88. Play 3, man. Green 88.
He drops back. On the run, he throws it. The pass was deflected and swatted away by the defender.
I think the quarterback may have had to throw that ball a little sooner than he wanted to. The pressure was starting to get there.
Blue 45. Blue 45.
Drops back. Gets the throw off. And he caught it. Defense pushes him out of bounds at the 37. Not much chance of converting that pass into a first down.
Nah, and that's really what the defense was hoping for there. They settle their defense behind the chains, allow you to catch the ball, come up and make the tackle. Perfectly executed that time by the defense.
Kicks it, got plenty of distance, and it splits the uprights. And we'll take a quick look at the drive summary. Great kick here. And he gets brought down hard. Once again, we'll take this opportunity to remind you that this game is brought to you by the fine folks at EA Sports. There's a play fake. Gets the throw away. Out of bounds right around the 42-yard line. That pass is good for a first down.
And he had some zip on that one, didn't he? He reared back and threw that one about as hard as he could.
Give to the tailback. And they get him at the 46-yard line. A pickup of about 3.
Well, that time the outside linebacker came on the run blitz. They got some penetration and shut down the play.
He drops back. Guns it left. And he catches it. The defense just didn't match up well on that play.
Yeah, tough to match up one-on-one in man coverage against that wide receiver. He's pretty good.
High formation here. Hands it off. He's dropped at the 41-yard line. Westbrook picks up a yard on the play. McNabb is under center. 2 tight ends in the formation. He's under a heavy rush. Nearly picked off. He should have had that one. A great play by the defense to knock the ball away.
And these defenders have been close all day. You better be careful if you're the quarterback. One of those is going to turn into an interception.
Here we go. 5.
He drops back to pass. Passes to his left. He's brought down at the 30. Nice pass play.
It really was in the 80s that we first started seeing offenses throwing the ball to the fullback. You know, for so many years, those guys were just big blockers.
What did he? Let's stop it right now.
They'll go with the run once again. He's tackled at the 26-yard line. 4-yard gain by the back. It's 2nd and 6 coming up. This is the 8th play of this drive.
Here we go. 5. Watch the switch. 5.
He drops back to pass. Under heavy pressure. Makes the reception. Brought down around the 14-yard line. And a big catch by the tight end.
And I can tell you this, there's nothing that defensive backs hate more than to have one of those big tight ends in the open field running right towards them.
Feeds it to the back. And they get him at the 8. They call his number and he carries for 6 yards. So 2nd down now. The offense needs about 4 for the first.
5.
He drops back, dumps it out left. Fumble. Olshansky gets the loose ball. Good job on defense to be right there for the recovery.
Well, you get yourself in the right place for a recovery by hustling, and that time this defense was really flying to the ball.
San Diego lines up in a double tight set. Fakes to the back, gets away, and they get to him. What can they do to put a stop to this guy getting to the quarterback?
There are just some days as a pass rusher when those guys are on. I don't know if it's biorhythms or whatever it may be, but there are some days when you can see a guy is just going to be unblockable, and this might be that day.
Fakes the run, and he can't make the catch. Jackson was his intended target on that one, but they can't complete the pass. Third down, they'll need 14 to convert. Ball on the 14. San Diego sends a man in motion. Rivers back to throw. He needs to get rid of it. Pass is complete. Stiff arms, and he's brought down. Despite the great effort, it will still bring up fourth. Jackson is the deep man awaiting the return. Cyphers kicks it, and man, did he get a leg into this one. Jackson fields it at the 40. He's dropped at about the 45-yard line. Pretty nice job picking up yardage on that punt return.
He's definitely got some breakaway potential when he's back there returning kicks. You give him just a little bit of room, he could break it for a big one.
Drops back to pass. Guns it out. Can't stay in bounds, incomplete pass. The quarterback put that one too far out in front of his receiver, and he couldn't stay in bounds.
He tried to make a safe throw there, but the receiver was open. It didn't have to be quite that cautious and just let him out of bounds.
Dumps it out right. And he's knocked out right around the 40-yard line. Short pattern results in a completion for the offense.
You know, that's not one of those plays that's a huge gain by any means, but that's really the essence of an offensive game plan. You have to start hitting some of those short intermediate routes, and that begins to open everything else up.
Brought down at the 28-yard line.
I think Donovan McNabb can just make you look so bad at times. You know, he has the quick release, he gets the thing out of there. Sometimes he takes off with a run and makes you play sort of a spy situation against him. But then you forget how big an arm he really has. He has the ability to get the ball as far downfield as anybody in this league.
He's dropped at the 21. Westbrook picks up about 7 yards on the run. The Eagles line up in the shotgun. 4 wide receivers are split out. Drops back. He throws right. And it's caught. He's dropped for a loss. They lose a yard there.
That play was really all about defensive pursuit. They saw the ball thrown. They got there quickly for a loss on the play.
Passes to his left. And they get him at the 15. Nice heads-up play by the quarterback.
I agree. I like the way he stepped up and delivered that throw. He just simply is taking what the defense is giving him.
This offense has really stalled their last 2 trips to the red zone. They hand it off again. He's tackled around the 11-yard line. Westbrook picks up about 4 yards on the play. One-man backfield. He's finally dragged down, and now it will be 1st and goal. 1st and goal, and the offense needs a touchdown to get back into this game.
Here we go. Let's go left. What do you need? Left. What do you need? Come on now. Other side.
The halfback with the carry. You may want to dump that one.
Yeah, I think that one's already in the trash can. You probably won't see that one run again. But I will say this, that penetration does that to any offense, and that time they just got in the backfield.
McNabb gives it up the middle. Brought down at the 5. Back to the line of scrimmage, but that's all. And so it'll be 3rd down. 3 wideouts here.
We cannot do that mess.
Looks to pass. And they're coming after him. And it's completed. Tackled at the 2. Still not quite enough, however. They'll still be facing 4th down. And there's 2 minutes remaining in the half. Akers can bring his team within a touchdown. And it splits the uprights. And here's your drive summary for that last series. Here's the kick. He'll return it from the 1. Still working. Dropped at the 26-yard line. They could do nothing against this defense on their previous drive. The backfield is in the offset I formation. The Chargers put a man in motion. They'll throw on 1st down. Throws it short. There for the reception. He's tackled at the 37. Good gain on the pass to the running back.
It's tough to pay too much attention to a running back in the passing game because at least half the time they're staying in the block. So when they do slip out, occasionally they can hit you for a big play.
Toby 32, Toby 32. Come on, baby. Let's go, baby. Get the ball.
Rivers on 1st down. Completed. What an open field tackle. Nice little pickup on that pass pattern.
And I really shouldn't feel this way, but I get a little nervous every time this guy goes up to make a catch, because he's had a little bit of a history of dropping some balls, but today doing a nice job hanging on and a big play there.
Fakes the run. Short throw to the left. And they get him at the 47-yard line. And a nice pass to the tight end.
So much of the game today revolves around those substitution packages, trying to bring extra defensive backs on the field to try and help against the pass. But when you have a big receiving tight end, that really makes that plan awfully tough to execute.
He's pushed out around the 36-yard line. A decent gain there on that pass.
Yeah, a little timing route there, and you really have to have faith as a quarterback to get that ball out of your hand quickly if you're going to play with that kind of touch on the ball.
Inside handoff. He's dropped at the 34-yard line. Maybe got a couple of yards, but that's about it.
Very effective call that time by the defensive coordinator, bringing the outside linebacker a terrific way to give your defense some help in stopping the run.
He's brought down at the 27, a gain of around 7 for the back. 3rd and a yard now, ball on the 27. I don't think there's any question as to how this offense wants to pick up this 1st down. Rivers hands it off. He's tackled at the 25. Tomlinson wasn't able to break free, but he did pick up the 1st. They'll come out in the I. Rivers gives it left. Brought down at the 19. Tomlinson gets 6 yards on the carry. 2nd and 4 coming up here. And this is the 9th play of the current drive. It's good. Good kick that time as he puts it right through. The kick. Taken at the 5. Brought down at the 28-yard line. And we've come to halftime here. The score at the halfway mark is the Chargers 12, the Eagles 3. And here's the kick. Gathered at the 6. He's hammered at the 34-yard line. So as the offense heads back onto the field, we'll take this time to remind you that our game is brought to you by EA Sports. If it's in the game, it's in the game. He looks to throw on first down. Makes the throw up the middle. He's brought down at the 45. That one worked just as they drew it up.
Good pass, good catch, I agree. Sometimes there's really nothing you can do as a defense to stop a well-executed pass play.
First down, looking to throw. Dumps it out left. It's completed. And they get him at the 47-yard line. Short completion there that doesn't give them much in terms of yardage that time.
Well, the defense forced them to make the quick read and throw on that one. The catch was made, but there wasn't much yardage to go along with it. It's up to the receiver to make something happen on a play like that.
Hester takes the handoff. He's tackled at the 48-yard line. Rumbles ahead for around 5 yards. The Eagles bring in the nickel package. The Chargers motion to the right side. On play action, short throw to the right. He's brought down right around the 46-yard line. And for as good of a catch as that was, this offense now has to deal with a 4th down. They're trying to pin them deep with a solid punt right here. Cyphers kicks it, and man, did he get a leg into this one. Into the end zone for a touchback. So before the offense hits the field, let's take the time to let you know that our game is brought to you by EA Sports. McNabb hands it off. Brought down behind the line. The defense got the job done on that play.
Really impressive play that time by this defensive line. It wasn't just one guy, but every guy up front just dominating their guy at the point of attack.
McNabb hands it off straight ahead. He took a shot at the 22-yard line. Westbrook gains around 5 yards on the draw play. Offset I formation in the backfield. And they'll run him again. And they didn't get it. He did what he could, but it still won't be enough for a first down.
And defensively, they'll give you a run like that. I mean, it's 3rd down and long situation. And if you want to simply hand the ball off, take it. We'll let you punt the football, and we'll go back and drink some little water.
Sproles takes it at the 36. Tackled at the 46-yard line. Once again, we'll take this opportunity to remind you that this game is brought to you by the fine folks at EA Sports. Tomlinson gets the handoff to the right. And they get him at the 48-yard line. Tomlinson gains about 2 yards on the run. It's 2nd down and 8 to go. Ball on the 48. They come out in a nickel. Rivers drops back. Throws it short. Brought down around the 35-yard line. He gunned that one in there for the first down, didn't he?
He really did. And when you watch a guy throw a ball that hard, they don't move their arm any faster. You see him driving off that back leg. That was a pretty pass.
Sweep left. He makes a move, and he's brought down. Gain of 2. That'll bring up second down. Second down, 8 yards to go. Ball on the 33-yard line. Tomlinson lines up as the single back. Looking to throw. Dumps it out right. He's brought down at the 21-yard line. A good play to the tight end that time.
And tight ends are so big that as coverage people, it's tough to figure out how to defend them. If you're on their left side, they throw it to their right side. If you're behind them, they throw it in front. Tight ends are tough to cover.
On play action. Still moving. Rifles it to the right. Picked off. And he gets another one. That makes 2 on the game.
You know, it's so hard for a quarterback because his reads will take him to a certain side of the field. But if that one player who keeps picking you off is on that certain side of the field, now confusion starts to set in.
Hands it off. And he makes it out to about the 17-yard line. A 2-yard run by the halfback. Philadelphia lines up with 3 receivers, single back formation.
255.
Looking to throw. Here's the pass. Great open field tackle.
You know, Donovan McNabb is really becoming much more of the classic drop-back passer. Early in his career, he was a tremendous runner, wanted to get out, but now more and more you're seeing him reading the defenses, making the clever little throws, and is so difficult to defend for a defense because he can still come busting out of there on the run.
And that one's good for 5 yards through the air.
Yeah, very safe, simple play, hitting the underneath receiver for a solid gain.
Here we go. 25. 25. I got him. Let's keep him back, D.
Gives to the back. And they get him at the 38. Westbrook gains around 3 yards on the run. From their own 38-yard line. The Chargers bring in the nickel package.
Here we go. What did he? What did he? Right. Reload. Dre side.
25. Back to throw. Rockets it. And he can't hang on to it. The defender gets a hand on it, and that will bring up 4th down.
I don't know if that's the guy I want to pick on 3rd down when you have to have a conversion. He is tough.
Punts it. Makes the fair catch. The quarterback and his receiver were clearly not on the same page last time, and it led to an interception. San Diego lines up in the offset eye this time.
Roll. Hey, watch the screen. Watch the run now. Watch the run.
Here's the halfback. Dropped behind the line. He tries to wriggle away, but he's stopped for a loss.
Well, Tom, the offensive line just didn't get any push there. They've got to do a better job knocking those guys off the line of scrimmage.
Blue 45. Blue 45. No.
Gates in motion. He's tackled at the 16-yard line. I'd say he got 1 or 2 feet on that try. That'll bring up 3rd down. Rivers is under center. 2 tight ends in the formation.
Come on, man, let's go. Roger. Same thing.
Looks to pass. Gets the pass away. And he's out of bounds, incomplete. It looked like he tried to drag his feet as he was going out, but he couldn't get him down.
You know, and sometimes that happens. The quarterback put it in a spot where only he could catch it. The problem was the ball was just a little off target. Cyphers
will punt it, and he absolutely boomed it. Jackson fields it at the 40. Brought down at the 44-yard line. What happened to the coverage there, Chris?
Oh, come on. They completely lost containment on that guy. I mean, you just can't let that happen. I'll be honest, they were really lucky they didn't give up a touchdown on that one.
25.
He's looking to throw. Scans the field. McNabb is going to be sacked for a loss. They're going to have to figure out a way to block him, or he's going to keep getting back there.
You know, I couldn't agree more. This is one of those guys that's sneaky fast. Even when I watch him on tape, he looks fast and he looks talented, but then you see him in person, and all of a sudden he's turning that corner so much faster. I think the same thing's happened to this offensive line. They weren't ready for this.
And they get him at the 41-yard line. Good read of the defense on that pass play.
Yeah, and throws like that really settle a quarterback down. It's all about getting into the flow of a game, and you can see he's getting comfortable now.
He drops back. All kinds of pressure. Rifles this one out to the middle. To the 10. Gets in for the touchdown. Beautiful run. When he turns it on, nobody's going to get him.
Well, how do you defend this guy? Because if you try to get up on him, he simply runs by you with that great speed. If you play off of him, give him the ball in the open field, you see the results.
Here's the point after. The snap, set down, the kick is up. And now we'll take a quick look at the drive summary. Decent kick. Fielded at the 4. Runs over tacklers. The defense played exceptionally well the last time this offense had the ball. They'll set up shop at the 25. The Chargers come out in the ace formation. Rivers with the give. Tackled at the 28-yard line. Tomlinson gets around 3 on that halfback counter play.
Well, that was the perfect time for them to call a blitz. They got in there, filled up all the gaps, brought down the running back for a short gain.
Blue 45! Blue 45! Screen here, Twan, screen. Scatter! Come on, D, let's get off the field now. Let's cover!
And they'll run him again. He doesn't get back to the line. That safety just came flying in there to make the tackle.
It is just so difficult for offensive lines to account for the safety. Typically, that's the one free runner that you have. And if you have a top-flight safety back there that can come in and make those kinds of plays, it really helps your run defense.
He throws left, comes down with it, and he's got plenty of room to run. Knocked out of bounds at the 43-yard line. And that screen pass went for a nice gain.
Good job all the way around on that play. The quarterback really sold the screen. The offensive line was patient getting out. But I thought the halfback really sold it. He didn't get out too soon, didn't tip off the fact that it was a screen.
Rivers set to go to the air. There for the catch. And they get him at the 49-yard line. And you won't see the coaching staff complaining about that.
Yeah, coaching staffs generally don't complain about too much when they have a quarterback that has the leadership qualities and the arm strength and the ability that this guy has.
Drops back to pass. Defense closing in. He's there for the catch. He's tackled at the 35. Nice job by the quarterback to hit the tight end for a decent gain.
You know, tight ends may not come up with those real explosive plays down the field all the time, but they sure are a nice target for the quarterback.
Rivers hasn't missed yet. Throws on the run. What a brutal hit. That was a pretty nice play.
And the wide receiver saved the quarterback there. Anytime you get a ball up in there, you are in danger of a tip ball, an interception, but good strong hands that time by the wideout.
They give it to the tailback. He's dropped in the open field. Tomlinson picks up about 4 yards on the play. It's 2nd and 6 coming up. Ball on the 19-yard line. The Chargers come out with the offset eye.
Play your assignments, man.
They go with the run. Hit hard at the 14. Pickup of about 5, and that makes it 3rd down. The Chargers line up in an I formation. And they'll try and get the first through the air. Still perfect on the drive. And that one will go for a first.
And really top-notch quarterbacks know how to throw a football in there without leading his receiver into trouble. That was a great throw.
Tomlinson takes the give. That defensive lineman just seems to have a knack for finding the ball carrier.
Yeah, and we know defensive ends are probably some of the most athletic guys in the league, and typically you think about them getting after the quarterback, but that time he used his athleticism to make a big stop in the run.
Give to the tailback. Makes a move, and he's in. Touchdown! Tomlinson did a great job to find the seam and get in for the touchdown. Big kick here. This for a 2-possession lead. Point after is good. Here's a quick look at the drive summary. He kicks it off. Taken from the 3-yard line. Drilled at the 25. And they take the field with one thing on their mind, another scoring drive. Lining up with 3 wide. Looks for a man open. Tipped pass. They can't complete the pass, and now the offense will be looking at 2nd down. They line up at the 25. Single back formation. Here's the give. Brought down at the 26-yard line. Westbrook gains about 1 yard on the play. Dime backs in for this play. He drops back. Rifles it to the middle. And they get him at the 41-yard line. Talk about a throw.
Yeah, you don't have to worry about one like that being intercepted. Nobody on the defensive side could have caught that bullet.
The backfield is in the offset I formation.
Big play, D.
Here's the give. He's tackled at the 49-yard line.
You know, Brian Westbrook's one of those guys that's always played with a little bit of a chip on his shoulder. When he was drafted, he was too small. He would be a 3rd down back. He couldn't do this. He couldn't do that. And yet he has proven in his career to be a very complete player and totally unafraid, despite his size, a tough blocker and a tough inside runner.
He got what he could, and it wasn't much.
And they really ran right into the blitz. That's a time that a veteran quarterback should have changed the play at the line of scrimmage. You could see the blitz coming. He didn't audible and only came away with a short gain.
McNabb looking to pass. With the catch. He lost yardage on the play. Loss of a couple on the completed pass.
He did a great job of keeping containment there. There just wasn't anywhere to go on that one.
The Chargers bring in their dime package. Someone jumped early down there.
I need to hit somebody. Come on. Go get it, baby.
Full start, offense.
And we'll replay third down.
And the quarterback's thinking, thanks a lot, guys. Now we have some heavy-duty lifting to do.
Five 255.
So, at the end of 3, our score is the Chargers 19, the Eagles 10. The offense faces another third down situation here as they line up. He drops back to pass. Throws it. Makes the catch. Brought down at the 27. What a play.
We've seen this tight end doing such a nice job all day blocking, and now when he gets in the open field, he makes an explosive play.
5. Let's go left. Come on, y'all, watch those quick out.
Again with the carry. Hit and drop behind the line. Loss of about 2. That brings up second down. Second down and a long 12. Ball on the 29. McNabb is lined up under center. They'll line up in single back. Looks to pass. He's under pressure. Brings it in. Tackled around the 18-yard line. The wide receiver and the quarterback are on the same page today.
Yeah, and this wideout really is something special. He's able to find the holes in the coverage. He gets good separation, and he has tremendous hands.
5. Let's go, baby. Get the ball out.
Third and short, and they'll throw for it. Makes the catch. And they get him right around the 10-yard line. He put a lot of air under that one.
Yeah, quarterbacks love throwing those little touch passes like that because it shows their finesse. As a receiver, though, sometimes those little touch lofted passes scare you to death because you're watching the ball and you don't know what's coming at you.
With the pass. Hit him right in the hands, and he dropped it. That was a great play to knock it free in the end zone to save the touchdown.
Big play right there. You're not always going to get there in coverage, so your last line of defense is a big shot like that, and it worked to perfection.
Westbrook gets the ball. He's dropped at the 8. A yard, maybe 2 on the carry.
Gain of 2.
They'll come out with 3 wide receivers.
What did he?
He drops back. Surveys the field. What a catch! Touchdown! 2 scores on the day for the wideout.
Scoring touchdowns in the red zone is really all about small holes and finding little cracks and crevices in the defense, and nobody does that better than this receiver.
Point after is good. And we'll take a quick look at the drive summary. Not a bad kick. Taken at the 5. Dropped at the 30. So as the offense heads back onto the field, we'll take this time to remind you that our game is brought to you by EA Sports. If it's in the game, it's in the game. Gives it off. He's brought down at the 33. Tomlinson gets about 4 yards on the play. From their own 33-yard line. Tomlinson is the deep back as they line up in the I.
Blue 45. Let's go right. Hey, we gotta watch the ball,
And they'll run him again. Tackled around the 36-yard line. Tomlinson picks up 2 yards with the carry.
Man, oh man, that's what those defensive guys live for right there. A shot like that, and then they always get up and have a little something to say to you as you're going back to the huddle.
He drops back to pass. Gets rid of the ball. He's tackled at the 46-yard line. He ran a clean route, and the quarterback got it to him with a good pass, first down.
And you can tell there's a lot of confidence between these two guys. The quarterback has faith in these tough situations to go to that receiver and make big plays.
Brought down at the 46-yard line. 8 yards on the pickup.
I really thought the offensive line did a pretty good job picking up the blitz that time, but you could see the running back using his speed and quickness to get away. Good job by the back.
Let's go, 88. Let's go. Come on, B.
Back to throw. He throws a bullet out to his right, and they get him around the 33-yard line. The defense was coming with a heat on that play.
But you never know it if you were watching the quarterback. He stood in there strong, completely relaxed, and made that defense pay that time.
He drops back to pass, looking for an open man. Can't complete it. What an effort out there. He just got his hands in there and broke it up.
I love watching the closing speed of this defense. When they see the ball, they go get it.
The Chargers come out with the offset eye.
Stay inside right here.
Play fake. He throws on the run. Drops the easy pick. No completion that time, and it'll bring up third down. The offense facing another third down here as they line up. 6 DBs on the field for the defense.
Madden football. It's in the game.
Point it. Tiger. Hit him in the mouth.
Rivers hands off to the left. Tackled at the 30. Got a couple, but will still be short of the marker.
Yeah, and for a minute it looked like he might slip out of there, but the defense got there. The pursuit was all over it, and they made a nice stop.
The kick is up. It's got the distance, and it's good. And here's your drive summary for that last series. And here's the kick. Taken at the 5. Brought down at the 27. The team sends its offense back onto the field and look to make it 3 scoring drives in a row. Philadelphia comes to the line with 3 wide. McNabb will hand it off. He's tackled at the 36-yard line. That draw to the running back was good for 9 yards. McNabb lines up under center. 3 receivers are split out wide. He drops back. Passes. He couldn't hang on to it. What a play by the defender.
And the quarterback really caught a break on that one, that wasn't intercepted.
Philadelphia is going with the offset eye backfield. He's dropped at the 43-yard line. The defense couldn't figure out a way to come up with a stop on that third down attempt.
And let's give that big offensive line a little credit there. They knew they were going to have to drive this defense off the ball, and that's exactly what they did on that one.
He looks to throw on first down. Makes the grab. He got depleted. So they pick up quite a few yards on that play.
Yeah, really a nice route that time. One of the keys to playing wide receiver is the ability to not only get into cuts, but to get out of the cuts. That time, very explosive coming out of that cut, and it made the difference.
Here's the halfback. Brought down at about the 47-yard line. A 1-yard gain.
Middle linebacker blitzed on that one, and you could see that the quarterback just didn't see it in time to audible out of that play, and let's give credit to the defense. They won that battle.
And they'll try and get the first through the air. Pass completed. And they get him at the 36-yard line. You know, Chris, the tight end can be used as such a weapon in the passing game.
And I always find it surprising that tight ends typically don't get drafted very high, but when you think about the skill set, they have to be able to block like a tackle and catch like a wide receiver.
Gives to the back. He'll be brought down behind the line of scrimmage. Well, they wind up in reverse that time. Good push by the defense.
And when the defense gets that kind of penetration, it just disrupts everything for an offense. They have to get that guy blocked.
He gets another carry. He gets to about the 24-yard line, and they have a pretty nice drive going.
And the most important part of it is they've been able to get it done on the ground. Now that's 5 rushes so far in this drive and a first down.
McNabb goes with a play pass. Batted away. The defender was able to get a hand on it.
And really, that came as a result of pretty physical play at the line of scrimmage. They're banging these guys around and not letting them get into their routes.
Looks to pass. He's under a heavy rush. Out of bounds, incomplete. They went with a sideline pass, but he couldn't stay in bounds.
And that would have been a spectacular catch if he'd been able to come up with that one, just thrown a little bit too far outside.
McNabb sends a guy in motion to the right. Looking to throw. Throws it out. He's finally dragged down, and now it will be first and goal. Likely 4-down territory here on first and goal. A field goal won't do them any good. They'll need to find the end zone on this drive. Passes to the end zone. Interception. So the defense just picked off their 3rd pass today.
You know, one of the really misleading stats in football is completion yards. If you're throwing it up and down the field but turning it over, it just doesn't matter. You have to maintain possession of the ball.
Fullback straight ahead. He's tackled at about the 3-yard line. A gain of 3 yards by the fullback. The Chargers line up with an offset eye backfield. Little handoff. He's dropped around the 5-yard line. Tomlinson gets about a yard on the play.
Boy, he just took a shot on that one. As a running back, the last thing in the world you want is a short gain and a big hit.
On the ground with a tailback. He left the defender grabbing air. The halfback runs for 4 yards. So, it's 4th down. The Chargers lining up to punt. It's away, and it's a booming punt. Jackson fields it at the 46, and they get him at the 49-yard line. He got everything he could, but there really wasn't much there.
Boy, he hardly had any room to do anything there. They've got to come up with a better scheme or some better blockers or something. This guy's a good punt returner. He's just not getting any help at all from his teammates.
Fakes to the back, and the defender intercepts it. He's tackled at the 49-yard line. And they really could have done without that.
Just when you started to think this offense was starting to find themselves, they have a chance here late in the game, you throw an ugly pick, that's a disaster.
They line up at the 49.
Let's go get it, baby.
The defense lines up with 5 defensive backs. First down, looking to throw. Tipped away, and it's batted away at the last minute by the defender.
Just when it looked like the quarterback might sneak that one in there, a late pass defense and a good play.
San Diego comes out with 2 tight ends. He's looking to throw. He throws right. It's incomplete. He caught that one out of bounds.
Well, you could see the receiver doing all he could to keep his feet in bounds, but that pass just let him out of bounds.
Reload. Come on, go. Rush.
Tomlinson gets the call. He's going to be tackled for a loss. What about that play?
Well, I always like to see an offense stay aggressive, I guess, but at least in this situation, it's the fourth quarter, you have the lead, I can understand the call.
Cyphers kicks it, and man, did he get a leg into this one. This one's going to be down in the end zone for a touchback. On his last drive, the quarterback completed a pass, but to the other team. Throwing another one could be disastrous to this offense. They'll throw on first down. Throws while on the run. And he's out of bounds, incomplete. He couldn't get 2 feet in on that one.
Well, that's something receivers work on all the time, dragging that back toe, just unable to do it that time.
McNabb is lined up under center. 3 receivers wide this time.
Let's keep him back, D. Watch the hard count. Watch the switch. Regular.
McNabb drops back to pass. Looks down the field. Is there for the catch. Pretty good read on that play to find the open man.
And that's an area where he excels. He works his way through his progressions quickly and doesn't hesitate when he sees the receiver break free in coverage.
McNabb gives it up the middle. They tackle him for a loss. That was a poor series for this offense.
Yeah, the defense barely had to even break a sweat on that one. Defensively, when you can take an offense and get them off the field in 3 plays, that's pretty good stuff.
Punts it. Sproles fields it at the 37. I'm sure they would have liked to have gotten a little better return out of him there.
Yeah, that certainly wasn't one of his best efforts there. Maybe if he would have gotten a little more help from his blockers, he could have broken one out of there. You know, sometimes it just takes one good block to create a seam to get one up the field.
Tiger. Come on, little hustle. Play.
Past the line. What a hit. I don't think he even saw that guy. And he tucked that one away for about 5 yards. They line up at the 42.
Come on, let's go!
Offset I formation in the backfield.
Scatter. Right. Let's go.
Tomlinson takes the give. He's brought down at the 44-yard line. Tomlinson comes away with 2 yards on the carry. San Diego comes out with 2 tight ends.
Come on, D. What's that screen over here? This dude right here tight. Nasty, nasty. Here we go, baby. Hey. Come on, let's go. Close well. Don't lose the fight. Hey, I'm wide. Watch the run. Over, tough, two straight. Over, Texas. I'm trying to get you over there, baby.
They'll keep it on the ground again. He didn't get back to the line. That series has to be disappointing from coaching staff.
Yeah, their poor defense didn't even have time to go over and get a glass of water. All of a sudden, the punter's back on the field, and the defense has to go play again.
Two minutes remaining in the fourth quarter. It's fourth down. The Chargers are lining up to punt it away. Here's the kick. He got some distance on it. They down it at the 7.
All right, big moment in the game now. They've got to get this thing in the end zone. I expect to see the 2-minute offense, but you don't have to be in the hurry-up offense. Just get to the line of scrimmage, take the short throws that most defenses will give you in this situation. Don't be afraid to use the middle of the field. You have time.
The intended receiver.
An excellent job by the defense of disrupting that last play.
And that was really on the wide receiver. Not much of a route, very little separation, and gave the defense a chance to make that play.
Rifles it out there. Brought down at the 47-yard line. That catch puts him over 100 yards receiving.
Not much doubt, is there, Tom, as to who this quarterback likes. He found the guy that he's most comfortable with, and he doesn't care which coverage you're in. He's going to this guy.
They'll throw on first down. He throws it. Catch is made. To the 20, to the 10. Brought down near the goal line. They hurry to the line. McNabb steps up to the line, 3 wide receivers. He drops back, tries for the end zone. Touchdown, and they take the lead.
I think we're going to see a big 2-point conversion try here. Obviously a 3-point lead, really significant at this point in the game.
This for a 3-point lead. The Eagles come out with 4 wide receivers, the quarterback in the shotgun.
What did he?
McNabb takes it back. Brings this one in. He's able to run it in for the 2-point conversion. Great job there. They were able to convert.
And you could tell the offense had a plan throughout that drive. Not only did they get the touchdown, but they immediately got the call in for the 2-point conversion. They knew exactly what they wanted to do and executed it perfectly.
This is it, do or die time. A field goal will tie it. A touchdown will win it.
Yeah, but the clock is a big factor right now. I always say go for the touchdown, go for the win. But first things first, you have to get in position for that tying field goal.
Come on, G. Swim.
He looks to throw on first down, looking for a receiver. And he caught it. Loose ball. Shepard recovers the loose ball. That was a huge turnover.
What a tremendous play by the defense. You really began to get the feeling this offense was getting something going. They stripped the football out of there and kill the drive, kill the momentum.
They'll start this drive at the 39-yard line. First down, 10 to go. The pocket is collapsing. It's broken up. The defender got there in time to break that play up.
He did. He was able to get his hands on the ball, but if he had missed that one might have turned into a really big play.
Here's the fullback. Tackled at about the 33-yard line. He rumbles ahead for around 5 yards. They line up at the 34. Big set this time with 2 tight ends. Feeds it to the back. He makes his way to about the 25. This running back just showed off some nice ability there.
Yeah, the offensive line did their job. They created enough of a seam to get him up into the secondary, and then he was able to explode from there.
The Chargers call for a timeout, and that was their 3rd and final timeout. From the 27-yard line. The backfield is in the offset I formation. Westbrook gets the carry left side. He's dropped at the 24-yard line. 3 yards on the run.
Gain of 3.
They line up at the 24. We should just see the quarterback take a knee right here, winding down the rest of this clock. They take a knee. From the 26-yard line. And there's the whistle. Our final score is the Eagles 25, the Chargers 22.